of the fund to promote the objects for which the fund was established. Now, the committee that is mandated to consider statutory instruments that are submitted to Parliament for consideration went through these particular statutory instruments for its approval, adoption by the House, as well as approval by the House. Remember, it was House on Thursday, 24th July 2025, and the committee therefore to approve the Public Finance Management Public Officers Medical Fund regulations that was already considered on the floor of the House. If you're just joining, time allocated for the sitting is 2:30. Already, we have already taken their positions or taken their seats, ready for consideration of the business that is lined up this afternoon or coming up for consideration this afternoon. One of the business is regarding the motion on the Public Finance Management Public Officers Medical Fund Regulations 2024, a report that and the regulations were considered or the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation that is consider submitted statutory instruments to Parliament for consider that particular business. The question will be put on committee to approve those regulations. The members are set to resume by the Honorable Member for Samburu West, Honorable Naisula Lesuda. This is a bill that is and this afternoon will be picking up again. However, we can see the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Masika, this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this you in partnership with KBC. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika ili kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Prayer has been said and the chair taken. The House cannot commence due to a quorum hitch, and the Speaker has directed that This is as provided for in the House Standing Order number 34, paragraph. The House, if the quorum is not present, then a quorum bell shall be on for 10 minutes. To members who may be within the precincts of Parliament to at least hasten their steps and be able to in that much needed quorum, or raise that much needed quorum for it to be able to commence the business that is lined up for consideration. So this afternoon, as we wait for the members to correct, we shall continue to take a look at the priority business. Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly. It is a bill that is at its second reading stage, so debate will continue this afternoon. And the purpose of this bill is to make provisions for design, is to amend the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill 2023 to make provision for design and construction of lanes for non-motorized transport. And this bill seeks to make provisions for the Kenya National Highways Authority to design and construct lanes for non-motorized transport in designated roads under its control. Also make provision for the Kenya Rural Roads Authority to design and construct lanes for non-motorized transport in designated roads under its control. And at the same time, also design and construct lanes for non-motorized transport in designated roads under its control. Also further to make provisions for county governments in the implementation of non-motorized transport infrastructure provision such as sidewalks, pedestrian crossings, and cycle lanes as part of its responsibility. This bill also seeks to empower the road agencies to design and construct lanes for non-motorized transport. So this bill debate on it already kicked off on the floor of the House in this afternoon. Once that quorum is attained and business kicks off, then this business will be considered as part of the priority business that has been lined up for consideration. A motion moved by the
Have quorum now, I'm told, so you don't have to whip anybody. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I have introduced to you a delegation comprising members of the Portfolio Committee on Energy and Power Development from the MP, Head of Delegation, the Honorable Libion Sibanda, MP, Member, the Ndlovu, MP, Member, the Honorable MP, Member, and the Honorable Philip Guyo, MP, Member. Is in the country on a benchmarking visit for sharing of experiences and best practices in the field of renewable energy. I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their. I thank you. Honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Take the nearest seat, Jamatia. Press across the floor. Honorable members, the second communication is a guide on privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company Limited, KPC. Honorable members, I wish to bring to the attention of the House that the National Treasury paper proposing the privatization of the Kenya Pipeline. The decision to privatize the KPC through an initial public offer, IPO, on the Nairobi government's broader economic reform agenda to enhance efficiency, competitiveness, and financial sustainability. The sessional paper was prepared in accordance with the Privatization Act 2005 and subsequently approved by Cabinet. The Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning now seeks the approval of the sessional paper by the National Assembly. Honorable members, I will allow the leader of the majority party to lay the House this afternoon when we reach order number 5. Thereafter, the paper will stand committed to the Departmental Committee on Energy and the Select Committee on Public Debt and Privatization for joint consideration. Honorable members, to unlock the value and improve service delivery in the Kenya Pipeline Company Limited as intended through the privatization program. Joint consideration of the sessional paper and table a report to the House. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members on their feet, take the nearest seats. Honorable members, I have 3 short messages to deliver to the House. The first message is a message from His Excellency the President on nomination of persons for appointment as chairperson and member of the National Police Service Commission. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42.1, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President regarding the nomination of persons for appointment as chairperson and a member of the National Police Service Commission. In the message, honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of the powers conferred by the provisions of Section 6.5 of the National Police Service Commission Act, Cap 85, he has nominated Dr. Amani Yuda Komora for the National Police Service Commission. The President now seeks the approval of the nomination. Honorable members, Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of a notification of nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee for consideration. In this regard, I hereby refer the message from His Excellency the President, the report of the selection panel and other testimonials for consideration. Honorable members, it is important to note that whereas Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F requires the Committee 6 of the National Police Service Commission Act, Cap 85 provides for a lesser period, being 21 days. Honorable members, in this regard, the committee is expected to undertake the approval hearings and submit its report within the timelines provided for in the National Police Service Commission Act, Cap 85, that is 21 days. However, honorable members, conscious of the fact that the House will be proceeding on a long recess on 15th August 2025, I urge the committee to immediately commence the approval process. The committee should notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings, and thereafter table its report stated statutory timelines. I thank you. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seats. Memusi, what's your idea of nearest? Honorable members, there's a second message from Mr. President on nomination of a person for appointment as the chairperson of the Kenyan National Commission on Human Rights. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42.1, received a message from His Excellency the President regarding the nomination of a person for appointment as the chairperson. In the message, honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred by Article 252B of the Constitution, Section 11 of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act, Cap 71, as read together with Section 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, he has nominated Dr. Duncan Oburu Ojwang for appointment to the position of chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. His Excellency the President now therefore seeks the approval of the House on the nominee for appointment as the chairperson of the Commission. Honorable members, Standing Order 45 of notification of nomination for appointment. Such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee of the House for consideration. In this regard, I hereby refer the message from His Excellency the President of the selection panel and other testimonials of the nominee to the Departmental Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs, JLAC. Members, it's important to note that whereas Section 8 of the Public Appointments Approval Act, Cap 7F, requires a committee to which referred to consider the matter and table a report within 28 days. Section 11, Session Assembly to undertake the exercise within 21 days. Expected to undertake the approval hearings and submit its report within the timelines provided for in the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act, Cap 7.1. However, honorable members, conscious of the fact that the House will be proceeding on a long recess on 15th August 2025, I urge the committee to immediately. The committee should notify the nominee and the general public of the time and place for holding the timelines. I thank you. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Gisairo, the nearest seat. Mama Pauline, take the nearest seat. Only one member seemed to understand what nearest meant. And she sat right at the back. Honorable members, the second message is from the Senate on the passage of 7 bills. Honorable members, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 41.4, I wish to report to the House that I have received 7 messages from the Senate regarding the consideration of the following 4 Senate bills and 3 national nations. Number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025, Bill number 9 of 2025. 3, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2025. 4, the Startup Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2022. Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12, 25. 6, the Conflict of Interest Bill, 12 of 2023. And 7, the mediated version of the Gambling Code. In summary, honorable members, the messages with respect to the 4 Senate bills seek the prioritization of the consideration Senate bills by the National Assembly. Standing Order 143.1c requires the Speaker to cause a bill received from the Senate to be read a first time upon reporting of its message to the House. Allocation of Revenue Bill, CARA, Senate Bill number 9 of 2025 and the count 1st July 2025. The two bills therefore stand committed to the Budget and Appropriations Committee for the two bills for consideration by the House tomorrow. With respect to the message on the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bill number schedule the bill for first reading when the House sits. However, you will recall that on 30th July, passed the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2025. Noteworthy, the two bills seek to achieve a similar objective. In this regard, the House is to await the recommendations of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on how to proceed with the bill. Honorable members, on the Senate's rejection of the startup bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2022, the bill now stands committed to a mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112(2). I will call upon the leadership of the majority party and the minority party in this House to establish a mediation committee bill in accordance with Article 113(1) of the Constitution. Honorable members, the message on the passage of the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025, and the President's reservations to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill, have been conveyed for purposes of compliance and application. This follows the passage of the said bills by the National Assembly. Indeed, I presented the two bills to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with the 115(3) of the Constitution, respectively. The bills were assented to and are now part of our laws. Final, honorable members, regarding the Senate's approval of the mediated version of the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023, you will recall that this House did consider and pass the agreed version of the bill on 31st July 2025. I will therefore proceed to present the bill to His Excellency the President for assent in accordance with the provisions of Article 113(3) of the Constitution. This House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this Tuesday afternoon, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the 5. 1. Auditor General's Summary Report on Public Universities for the financial year 2023-2024. And second, Honorable Speaker, the sessional paper number 2 of the second sessional paper that we are laying is the sessional paper, Honorable Speaker, that you talked about, the privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company Limited. Sessional paper which is available at the table of office, Honorable Speaker, and I urge members of the committee to read.
Special Funds Accounts Committee.
Give me a minute, I'll mix up, okay. Following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 5th August, 2025. Report for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial year 2011-2012, 2021.
Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 5th August 2025. Reports of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of 1. The 5th report of the examination of financial statements of the following selected state corporations. 1. National Social Security Fund for financial year 2020-2021. 2. Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute financial years 2019-20 to 2020-21. 3. National Hospital Insurance Fund for financial year 2018-2019 to 2020-2021. And 4. Kenya Broadcasting Corporation for financial years 2013-14 to 2018-2019. 2. The 6th report of the examination of financial statements of the following selected state corporations. 2015-16 to 2016-17, and 2, Animal Genetic Resource Center for financial year 2011-2012 to 2017-2018, 3, Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority, formerly NGO Coordination Board for financial year 1992-93 to 2006-2007. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Members, before we go to order number 6, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Safa School from Garissa Township, Garissa, Mau Secondary School from Kuresoi, North Nakuru, and in the public gallery we have Gasharake Primary JSS Kinangop, Nyandarua, Creator View Ngata Academy from Rongai, Nakuru, Lavington United Church from Dagoretti North, Nairobi, United Church Academy from Dagoretti, Nairobi, and Tembo Comprehensive School from Sotik. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome all the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Okay. Chairperson, Special Funds.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited account for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial year 2011-2012, 2021-2022, of the House on Tuesday, 5th August 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Public Investments, Wangwe.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, the of financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House, 5th August 2025. 1. National Social Security Fund for financial year 2020-21. 2. Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute financial year 2019-2020 to 2020-2021. And 3. National Hospital Insurance Fund for financial year 2018-2019 to 2020-21. And 4. Kenya Broadcasting Corporation for financial year 2013-2014 to 2018-2019. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 6th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of financial operations laid on the table of the House on 5th August 2025. 1. Agrochemical and Food Company Limited to 2016-2017. 2, Kenya Animal Genetic Resource Center for financial year 2011-2012 to 2017. And 4, Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority, formerly NGO Coordination. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wangwe. Members, the school by the Honorable Kenyan, I give you 1 minute to welcome the school, your constituency. Kenyan. Come.
Yeah, I'm told they're in the next lot.
Okay.
But there's no harm in welcoming this one.
Go ahead. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the next group will have Elders Girls Secondary School. But may I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, because I've seen students from Garissa and many other students, to welcome them to Parliament. Welcome, see your legislators. This is, and I'm sure as you grow, this is where.
Thank you. Members, before we go to order number 7, let's dispose of orders 8, 9, and 10. Clerk. 9, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of the public finance.
Seats. Sirma, take your seats. Sigay, you freeze where you are. The report of the Committee on the Delegated Legislation on the consideration of the public finance regulations 2024, laid on the table on Thursday, 24th July 2024 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A. This House approves the Public Finance Management Public Officers Medical Fund Regulations published as legal notice number 195 of 2024. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Guys have it.
Order number 9, the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Kenya Roads Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Air Passenger Service Charge Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Air Passenger Service Act and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Privatization National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, the first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide a regulatory framework for the privatization of public entities, to establish the privatization authority and for connected purposes. Next. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Yes, Ocheng.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to a third note under Standing Order number 2259 D2 to pay tribute to the Honorable James Muhongo Barasa Muhongo, a member of County Assembly of Bungoma County Assembly, Chwele Kabuchai Ward, Bungoma County, who passed on, Mr. Speaker, just yesterday. Because you would know this better. This is your member of County Assembly. This House deeply condoles with you. Obo Baraza, the Speaker, began his political career in 2002 when he was nominated as councillor in the Bungoma County Council. He served diligently for 2 terms up to 2013. And following the advent of the devolved governance system, he successfully vied for the position of member of County Assembly for Chwele Kabuchai Ward on a Ford Kenya party ticket. As it he retained for 3
consecutive terms, yours truly on this matter. Until his demise, he was the finance in the County Assembly of Bungoma. He was also the Ford Kenya Party chairman in Kabuchai. And loyalty and dignity. The Right Honorable James Muhongo Baraza Muhongo will be fondly remembered as a dedicated and unwavering leader who consistently defended the interests of his people. On behalf of this House, Mr. Speaker, we extend our deepest condolences to the family of the late James Muhongo, his relatives, the people of Chwele Kabuchai Ward, and the big party Ford Kenya and the entire nation. Honorable Speaker, additionally, members, you remember that 2 years ago, the Honorable Speaker read to us a very moving history of a member of staff of our parliament, Miss Lucy Wanjohi, who had served parliament in the Hadsad department for over 30 years. We've sadly learned of Miss Wanjohi's demise, and we condole with our family. May God give them strength this difficult time. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we also learned of the demise of Mr. Nzioki Mbiuva, who also retired recently from parliament service and who unfortunately has passed on just after his retirement. Mr. Speaker, this House condoles with the families of these retired officers of parliament, and may their souls rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ocheng. Honorable members, you recall Lucy Wanjohi. She served this House diligently for a very long time and retired 2 years ago. Unfortunately, she passed on yesterday, but a terrible loss to her family. To condole with me when I lost my mother alongside my brother, the MP for Westlands. You met here, who has been part of our and who has been elected non-stop from 2002. And is going to be with his maker yesterday, but among a few others, I always wake up at 6 a.m. to go and vote for. Yes, Milemba? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me Honorable Muhongo to say poorly upon the loss of a veteran MC and politician in Bungoma, a member of the Ford Kenya Party, and a respected leader, because when I spoke to many of the leaders from know him very well and have a lot of good reputation for him. So, in a good place. Honorable Speaker, on the two members of Parliament who passed on, that's Ms. Wanjohi. Thank you very much. The two staff members who passed on, Ms. Wanjohi and Mbiuki. I want to say that today I'm happy in the House Business Committee we were speaking about wellness, possibly having lost these two members just after retirement. Maybe Parliament should create a wing that can actually be dealing and talking to these members when they are going to retire, members when they have left, so that people can understand how to go outside there and deal with life after retirement. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the great of Navaholo and on behalf of myself, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to convey my heartfelt condolences to you and the entire Kabuchai community. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Muhongo is a person I knew personally one-on-one. Whenever we are in town, Bungoma, Honorable Speaker, and whenever even we could visit your home, Honorable Speaker, we could always interact with him. He is a person, together with the long-serving former county politics, Honorable Speaker, at the civic region, Honorable Speaker. This is one person who really knew everything in terms of politics. He was a staunch Ford Kenya member, and whenever you could sit with him, Honorable Speaker, he would want to associate himself with Ford Kenya, and all he said was about Ford Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I wish to really join you and mourning the great member. Honorable Speaker, for Lucy, she has been a person we worked together since 2013 when I joined this House, Honorable Speaker. She could record our proceedings. She knew what to do. And Honorable Speaker, all I say, may God rest her soul in eternity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to join my colleagues in saying pole and to you and the people of Kabuchai for the loss of Honorable MCA James Mukongo. You know, Honorable Speaker, Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, we are neighbors. And when you get problems in Bungoma side or we get problems in Trans Nzoia, we know this is a very difficult moment for the Fort Kenya fraternity, closely associated with the UDA. We are friends and we are partners. So we want to say pole. And also Lucy Wanjohi, who was in the Hansard department in this parliament, may her soul rest in eternal peace.
Tim Wanyonyi.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I wish to condole with the family of my good friend, a person that we grew up together. Honorable Speaker, and he has served the people of his ward diligently from the time you nominated him, and then he was elected 4 times. Mr. Speaker, he has been a very instrumental person in the Fort Kenya Party, and he has also been a very senior member of the Bungoma County Assembly. For his soul to rest in peace, and also pray for his family and the people that he represented diligently in the County Assembly of Bungoma. And for our staff member, Lucy Wanjohi, we condole and pray for her soul to rest in peace. May the good Lord give them rest in peace. Asante, Mr. Speaker.
Owen Bayer, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join in condoling for James Mukongo. Honorable Speaker, I want to make one thing, say one. Wash your hands well, you eat with kings. This particular MCA, I've had you about him, that this is somebody who served well. He washed his hands well. And today, during his demise, we have the responsibility of paying tribute and condolence to an MCA actually in the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, there's one thing that comes out of this, loyalty. Loyalty. You said actually you wake up and you go to vote for him since that time. Honorable Speaker, there are many members of us here who we wouldn't even wake up to go and vote for the MCA that represents the ward that we come from because of loyalty. Or even you as Speaker, you have a member who is a member of your National Assembly from your constituency, and probably you wouldn't go to vote for him because of lack of loyalty. As politics has 2 things, interest and loyalty. And when we do that as members of parliament, then we move far in politics and stay on course. So, Honorable Speaker, as I wish the good Lord to keep his soul in eternal peace, I also want us to learn a good lesson from this good man that God has called. That 1, loyalty, and 2, washing your hands to eat with kings.
Thank you. Makale Mulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. In conveying my sincere condolences on behalf of the family of Lucy Wanjohi and the family of the two of them were staffers of the parliament. Honorable Speaker, just lost the two staff members after their retirement, because this is the time they should have been serving themselves and their them, and they accepted the invitation. So, Honorable Speaker, may their souls rest in eternal peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to join my colleagues and the great people of Kabuchai in sending my condolences on my own behalf and that of the great people of Luanda following the sudden loss of Mheshimiwa James Muhongo of Kabuchai. Honorable Speaker, I did interact and I found him to be a man who was and quite humble. And therefore, to the great people of Kabuchai, I say pole for the great loss. I say pole to the family for the great loss.
Yes.
And to you, Mr. Speaker, because you've lost a chairman of Fort Kenya in the world. Also, Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing that Lucy was a great lady who worked in this bunge. I actually say that may her soul rest in peace, and great pole to the family. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Mr. Speaker, may I take this opportunity to pass my for the passing on of, I call him my brother, James Barasa, because I knew him personally very well. We've had the elections there, and actually he has interacted with the people and was a very straightforward person. I think we're going to miss somebody in the party, and being a deputy party leader for the Kenya, and we have what people from Trans Nzoia, we want to say pole to the family, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. We can stop there. Thank you very much, David Ocheng, for bringing to the floor the matter of Lucy, James, and the other officer. Like I said, James Barasa Muhongo was more than my MCA. He was like a son, he was like a kid brother, and he was always part of our life. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Next, Chairperson Select Committee on NGCDF.
Mr. Speaker, last week on the issue of eGPS. Mr. Speaker, on introduction, is the government of Kenya through the National Treasury has embarked on the full-scale implementation of the e-government procurement system in alignment with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015 and 2020. The directive aims to enhance transparency, accountability, fairness, cost effectiveness, and efficiency in public procurement processes across all levels of government. The status of implementation, Mr. Speaker, the significant progress has been made in the rollout of the has successfully onboarded both suppliers and procuring entities into the eGPS platform, creating a centralized digital system for all procurement activities. On the capacity building, targeted training has been conducted for cluster group governments. These training sessions are ongoing to ensure that conversant with the operational functionalities of the system. On engagement regulatory authority, that is PPRA, and the National Treasury. These engagements have helped highlight the unique operational structure of the fund in relation to eGPS and integration. In the consultative dialogue, Mr. awaiting a high-level consultative meeting with the National Treasury requirements of the NGCDF are adequately incorporated into the EGPS framework. This includes tailoring specific modules to reflect the NGCDF board is consulting with the National Treasury with a view of training and onboarding all the 290 constituencies into the EGPS platform. This phase supports adoption and seamless transition from manual to electronic procurement. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the President and National Treasury, via circular reference OP/CAB 62A and reference NT/PPD/1/3/14, volume 4, dated 5th of 2025 and 26th March 2020, the transition to the roll out of the Government of Kenya end-to-end electronic government procurement system from the 1st of July 2025. 1st of July, it is expected that all procurement proceedings, including those processed through the use of framework, shall be carried out through the EGPS. Benefits of the EGPS system offers numerous transparency and accountability. All procurement processes are untraceable, minimizing the risk of corruption and timeliness. Automation of procurement activities reduces bureaucratic delays and digital transaction reduce paperwork, printing, and administrative overheads. Improve supplier access and competition. Procurement opportunities for a wider pool of suppliers, particularly SMEs, enhancing competitiveness and value for money. Real-time monitoring and reporting. The system supports real-time analytics and dashboard that aids in decision-making and oversight by Parliament and other oversight bodies. Auditability and compliance. The EGPS provides a structured audit trail and ensures adherence to procurement. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in order to comprehensively address the concern on the effects of transitioning to EGPS on the Principal Secretary, National Treasury, to come and shed more light on the pertinent issues. Mr. Speaker, I think most of the constituencies or the CDFCs, the procurement entities are, yes. I want Speaker, thank you. Statement. Thank you. Yeah?
You don't issue a statement and start debating it. So you end where the reading ends. And thank you very much. Honorable members, we have Hold Donya. I want to acknowledge in the public gallery, Kenyan Junior Disciples of Mercy Junior School from Kisumu East, Kisumu, Kapsere Academy from Keio South, Akwet, and in the Speaker's Gallery, Kamaget Secondary School from Chepalungu, Bomet. I've been requested by a few members. I'll give them a minute each, starting with Shakil. After Shakil, Barongo. After Barongo, Mandazi. 1 minute each.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, it's a great honor for us to welcome the Disciples of Mercy The children are here, 71 of them from Kisumu East. And as a member of parliament, I'm very pleased that they've been able to make it here to see for themselves what parliament does. Thank you very much, and we welcome Disciples of Mercy, Kisumu East, to parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome Kenyan Junior, one of the best schools I have in my constituency, Bomachoge, Borabu. I want to congratulate you for continuing to post excellent results in your academics. And I want to ask you to continue to dream big, to use this experience and this visit here to continue to work hard and to ready yourselves for the leadership that awaits you of our great country. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and the Clerk's Office for facilitating this of your visit within the Parliament chambers. Thank you.
Mandazi, Honorable Mandazi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me as well to appreciate you for the opportunity to welcome the students. And specifically, Speaker, in your gallery, allow me to welcome Kamaget Day Secondary School from Chepaluku constituency in Bomet County. This school is a day school, Mr. Speaker, and as a large population, it's one of the day schools that is known for discipline. It's one of the day schools that is known for great performance, as indicated by a good number of our population. So, Speaker, allow me to join my colleagues in welcoming all students and to as well wish all the students from Chepaluku constituency, together with Kamaget who are here today, who are preparing to sit for the exams in their third term. And to that also, Mr. Speaker, allow me to extend my best wishes to all the Form 4s who are sitting for the exams later this year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you on my behalf and on behalf of the House. We welcome all the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Omboko Milemba.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I rise on a point of order. In Parliament and the teachers, now we have the drama national festivals in Meru. For drama at that level are sponsored by regional organizations of the Ministry of Education. But as it is now, don't have facilitation to travel to Meru. And there's no communication from the Ministry of Education whatsoever. Yes, last week we were talking about capitation in schools. Honorable Speaker, of the capitation that goes to schools, 1,750 is taken and retained in the ministry for the purposes of such functions, including drama and games. Could the chair of, or could you please, Honorable Speaker, direct that the Ministry of Education releases those students, primary, secondary, struggling to get to Meru without any.
And on the same thing?
Speaker, indeed, many of us who are here today have received a lot of calls and attend the functions or the activities in Meru. I have a school, specifically Mudiawori Primary School, that is taking about 70 learners to participate in the functions activities in Meru. Morning, they were traveling to Meru, they go straight to take other means of raising funds for that activity. We wonder where the money for activities goes to. Emerging bad habit in the education sector from the Ministry of Education, where every single coin that comes to the schools is milked away by this nation. To seriously review this matter, put to account every single those who come as capitation, it was never supposed to enrich the education officers, education officials, suffering immensely. It's a national shame. It's an embarrassment to have kids as young as 7 years, 8 years, getting stranded, going to leave their schools to showcase the talent of this country.
Chiforomondo, Mangale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This issue has come at the right time, where our kids are supposed to go and showcase their talents. But it's so unfortunate that I thought it was an issue constituency, because there are two schools which I know have contributed some money. That is Mwamose Primary School and Menzamonye Primary School. They couldn't actually ferry the kids to Meru. But, Mr. Speaker, the parents are contributing some money for the activities. The ministry is also sending money for activities. Now, it is so absurd to stand before that our kids could not be ferried to Meru for the same, to expedite and show their talents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Things inform other things. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's a high time we on the challenges that are in our schools. Now we are discussing about their facilitation for music festival, Mr. Speaker. Other key issues which affect our learners, Mr. Speaker, are not spoken about. For example, we take our children to school, they are okay. When they come back, their uniforms barely fit them, Mr. Speaker. Including the time of waking up, Mr. Speaker. I can tell them, doing their homework. So they are sleeping like 3.5 hours, Mr. Speaker, while we know very well the time one should rest. Speaker, is the one even which has made students to now start banning the schools. They don't want to sit for the exams, Mr. Speaker, because of the pressure which they go through. Until today, 2025, Mr. Speaker, we have learners fetching water from the rivers. You know, this informs this. So we need, Mr. Speaker, to discuss the challenges that our children are facing in various schools, so that we can make education conducive for all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Owen Bayer.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Lomboko Milemba, being an educationist, and him having raised this is very important. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this, and the issues that have been... Government sends money capitation to schools. Honorable Speaker. That includes activity money, examination, and all manner of funds that schools require. But what happens between the school and we are putting so much money in education, but it is not helping learners. It is helping a few disgruntled and a few corrupt education officers, county education officers, regional education officers who are taking away all this money to go to hotels, stay in hotels and hold the money. Honorable Speaker, we need a stop to this man. Our kids are entitled to attend these festivals, and the government can sponsor them and government can give them money for the whole period. Honorable Speaker, as a House, we need to take a position. I thank you.
Honorable members, members of the public do. You have the power to and prosecute this agenda in his presence and hold him to account. That is what the Constitution and standing orders give you. If you want to call the minister, how many students are in Meru? Yes, Milemba.
In Meru,
that does not answer the question. How many students are there?
thousands of students, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, and there were thousands in Kakamega for the ball games. You know, I request you and request this House that tomorrow the Minister for Education appears to be taken care of and to be returned home without having to have you, Honorable Speaker, that the Minister be called to the
Honorable
House.
Owen Baya, you are the Deputy Majority Leader. I direct you to cause the be here tomorrow at exactly 3.
Thank you.
I'll give you 1 hour before we go to Murkomen to answer scheduled. In fact, if you can get him here at 2:30,
yes,
I'll finish the preliminary minutes and give him 1 hour to respond to security.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker. I'll do as
The
you
matter will
direct.
rest there. Yes, Oloch, on the same issue?
I just wanted so that we frame issues for the minister as he comes tomorrow. May we be able to know exactly how much of the capitation money per student that we allocate every year is hived off to go to the sub-county directors, and how much cumulatively is and under what instructions? Because program-based budgets or the budgets that we give are they redirected to these directors of education? Thank you.
Yes, we'll, Maungu, direction. Is that Maungu or Chonga? You look alike. Eh?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question, friend, it relates to the statement that has been read by Moses Sirma.
By?
Mheshimiwa Sirma.
See,
issue.
Let's dispose of education first. Take your seat.
Thank you.
Members, those of you who have issues on that issue of students, I personally have been requested by many schools and have made huge contributions to help children go to merit choir or something. Yes. So, Owen Baya, have the minister here. Tomorrow you'll have 2 ministers. I know your majority leader is not around. So ensure Minister Migoso Gamba is here at 45, and then Murkomen at 3:45, or at least by 3. I'm not part of that fund.
Thank you.
Chief Oromon, sorry, Chonga. Yes, Chonga.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I listened to Mheshimiwa Chair, NGCDF, and indeed...
Is he here?
Yes, he's in. He's in. Indeed, the control that he has come up to put all equipment on each GPS are very, very essential, because most of the board. But there are two things I've observed, Chair, which I feel I need some clarification from the Chair. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. As much as has come up with, I did not hear him addressing issues of emergency. I have 2 schools have been closed because of the long rains. The roofs have been blown off. And we are saying, as for emergency, we cannot repair, and there's nothing that can be done because of this system. I wish this system, there could be some guidelines on how we can intervene in cases like the ones I am in right now. Yesterday, I was faced with 2 schools which have been closed because they don't have toilets. I wish I could get some clarification on how we can intervene in some of these cases. Thank you, Chair.
Are you wishing to get clarification, or you are asking for clarification?
I'm asking for clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Musa Sirma.
Mr. Speaker, are part of the issues we are calling the PS for National Treasury and PPRA. Mr. Speaker, the issues raised by Honorable Chonga are so valid, and it raises concerns because we are talking about the PMCs, that is the Project Management Committee, who may not be able to understand this issue of e-procurement, and also the emergencies which do come up. Mr. Speaker, we hope to resolve those issues when we have a sitting with the PS Treasury and PPRA on issues we can be able to be to do without having to go through that process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chonga, you can go and prosecute your concerns before the committee when the responsible officers appear. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Kotolengo JSS School, Meru, in the Educational Center from Lesos in Nandi, and Gadesimane. We welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to Departmental Committee on Communication, Information, Innovation regarding the allocation and implementation of the Universal Service Fund. Honorable Speaker, the Universal Service Fund was established under Section 84J of the Kenya Information and Communication Act, GAP 411A, and is administered by the Communication Authority of Kenya. The core purpose of the fund is to support the widespread availability of information and communication technology services and to promote capacity building and innovation in ICT across the country. Access to digital and communication services is a critical enabler of socio-economic development. The strategic deployment of the USF aims to enhance digital connectivity in key economic sectors by ensuring equitable access to learning materials, government services, and digital health services, which is especially important in remote and underserved regions. Honorable Speaker, despite these noble goals, available on the progress, funding, allocation, and specific areas benefiting from the USF. It is therefore against this backdrop that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information, and Innovation on the following: a detailed breakdown including financial agreements and collaborations, particularly with the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, to ensure equitable access, effective penetration, and sustainability of the USF initiative of the access centers or digital hubs that have been established so far under the Universal Service Fund, which details status, particularly in hard-to-reach areas. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Any member of that committee? Majority Leader informed the committee chair to bring a response. We are going on recess next week on the first week upon resumption. Samuel Arama.
Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44, C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson, the environmental and socio-economic impact of in Lake Nakuru. Honorable Speaker, in recent years, Nakuru has experienced abnormal and sustained increases in water flooding that has severely affected surrounding communities, infrastructure, and ecosystems. The situation is so now dear that the flooding has submerged large portions of Lake Nakuru National Park and destroyed infrastructure, displaced wildlife, and crippled the tourism sector. The overflow has also reached private farmlands and homesteads, converting them into waterlogged zones. However, what is even more alarming is the growing humanitarian crisis as families living near the lake have been displaced from their homes and farmlands with no clear government mitigation or support extended to them. The Kenya Wildlife Service has now prohibited local residents conservation laws, even though the water now occupies economic strain on the affected communities who are now landless, food insecure, and apart from using what little remains. Honorable Speaker, it is against background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment and affected communities around Lake Nakuru, including resettlement and compensation. Number 2, step by the government to restore the catchment area and prevent further flooding, including reforestation, street control, and better land use practices. Number 3, reasons as to why the affected residents are prohibited from fishing in flat waters now occupying the private land, and a long-term strategies being developed to address the rise of water levels across the Rift Valley, including Lake Nakuru. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Arama, my records show you are seeking first from the chair of environment. Which committee are you directing? Give him the mic.
Yeah, that's another one. A response today, but this is another statement, yeah.
So if it's going to environment, Bowen, when can you bring a response? That is your right? Or who is, Yeah? Kawai. Owen Bayer, inform the chair environment to bring a response first week upon resumption.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Responses to Tongoyo to Omboko Milemba. Yes, Donya. Harun,
thank
switch
you,
off
Mr.
your
Speaker.
mic.
I had 3 statements, which I was informed they will give a response in 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker. Until today, I've not received the responses.
Which one?
From Treasury, I had an issue with NGAF. From Ministry of Agriculture on T-bonuses, and from Education on Kisi Mwalimu Sacco. All those 3 statements have not received their responses, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Owen Bayer, are the chairs here? Education, Agriculture, and yes, and
Well,
Finance.
Unfortunately, all the chairs are not here, Honorable Speaker.
Donya, you may raise your point of order tomorrow. Yes. Yes, Honorable Kiamba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also wish to put across a point of order. I requested for a statement from the chairperson on housing from the 13th March, and up to now I've not received responses. Honorable Speaker, I've gone to the table offices severally, and no response is coming. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Owen Bayer.
I think as I plan to follow up with the chairs on the same, but also we are colleagues here. Sometimes say, hey, where is my statement? And it can make work very, very easy. But yes.
Order, members, take your seats. Order, members, take your seats. Honorable Owen Bayer, you can see as chairs of committees that have come in focus this afternoon in the House. And that is unacceptable. It is the duty, and I repeat, the duty of each member, more so those who have been given to be in this House when the House is sitting. It's time to deal with issues from members to those committees. This order paper is published a day before. So you all have access online to know that as the chair of this committee, your matter is coming in the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker,
You are not going to guide them, you are going to cause them to be. It's not a question of guidance, it's a responsibility and a duty.
Much obliged, Honorable Chair.
Yes. Yes.
On Thursday, Mr. Speaker, you directed the committee on select committee on diaspora affairs to give a response with regards to one Riziki, who was actually is actually in Jeddah police station in Saudi Arabia.
I remember the commitment, yes. The chair of diaspora, again, is not here. Owen Bayer.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, on the same matter, the chair of diaspora talked to me about it, briefed me about it, and she told me that the matter has been directed to the on Defense and Foreign Affairs. That's the appropriate committee, so they are dealing with it.
Is Defense and Foreign Affairs here?
Unfortunately, no. But she's holding brief, yes.
Okay.
So you, probably she has the statement. Yes, the statement.
You have the statement. We'll come to it. Yes, Tongoyo, response to Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I do have it, Honorable Speaker, and this was in regards to the tragic fire tragedy at Makina area, Kibra, in Nairobi City. And Honorable Speaker, the member wanted to know the comprehensive report on the cause of fire accident and also the support, if any, given to the extended to the survivors and the steps being taken by the government to expedite the release of DNA. And Honorable Speaker, I need your indulgence in this. This statement was around May around 25th. I mean, that is when actually the incidents happened. Honorable
Yes.
Because given the urgency of the matter,
Yes.
this far, I took personal initiative, and the member who is estimate here, to even actually reach out to the government chemist. We have, and ever since the bodies have been buried, and because of Honorable Speaker, whether I know it's still the record of the House, but we had actually covered a big ground with the member here concerning what the member exactly wanted to know. So I don't know whether I still need to read it.
You've shared with the Honorable Milemba?
Yeah, including personally reaching out to the government chemist. President happened to have the DNA done, expedite, Honorable Speaker.
So is the statement ready or it isn't? Milemba, are you still interested in it being prosecuted publicly here?
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chair because the cause of the fire, that's a matter that still rests with him, because this fire was not specifically for my people only, but it can affect anybody else. But I want to say, Honorable Speaker, on the support for the families, he actually reached out and we were able to be supported, not only, but also the President himself gave a lot of support together with the Governor of Nairobi, yourself and other people. But I want to report that the Disaster Management Department does not work because the support they promised, they could not do it. On the DNA, I must report that the chair did very well.
Milemba, you cannot comment on a statement that has not been presented. It doesn't have to be presented. If it doesn't have to, on it. If it has to be presented, then you will be allowed to say.
Honorable Speaker, he needs to
go ahead and present the statement.
To execute this reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well guided. Already been covered, but nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, in response to the said statement, I want to respond as follows. On the 24th May, about 24/5 of 2025, on arrival, and consuming several houses, the officers conducted the National Disaster Management Unit and Nairobi County Fire and Disaster Management Team. The immediate rescue operation were initiated and the area was cordoned off to prevent further danger to the onlookers and the neighboring residents. The Nairobi County Fire and Disaster Management Team arrived shortly, and with their intervention, the fire was successfully put out at around 6:26 hours. Victims who sustained injuries were evacuated to various hospitals by the Red Cross and the private ambulances, while those funeral home. Inquiry file number 7 of 2025 was opened at Kibra Police Station, and investigation crime scene team visited and documented the scene and collected all items of the evidential value for the forensic analysis. The preliminary investigation was down by the fire, resulting in death of 8 persons and disappearance of over 71 persons. And among the 8 deceased were Yvonne Anyonyi, Dala Ajab, Silas Ombima, Harrison Liala, Ernest Ombima, Gertrude Samisi, and Florence. The name of the victim who survived: Sabibu Ibrahim, Aisha Ajab, Leiden Harrison, Abdullah Karim Hussein, Gertrude Zvihigeni, and Charity Eva. Honorable Speaker, investigation team managed to get 10 witnesses who have since recorded statements. However, none of them has been able to identify the cause of death. The preliminary investigation from the Nairobi County Government and Disaster Management attributed the cause of fire to an electrical. That most of the electricity connection in the area, Honorable Speaker, are as a result of illegal connections. However, a technical report from the Kenya Power is still pending. As such, the actual cause of death of fire remain and determined. Efforts are in place to record additional statements from other victims who are currently undergoing treatment. These statements are expected to provide further information, and the matter is under active investigation pending expert report from the Kenya Power that is being offered. The survivors of the tragedy received comprehensive support, which included necessities, financial care, psychosocial counseling, and this aid was drawn out by various well-wishers. Local politician as well put by the concerned member and from the area and other on the issue of the DNA. Honorable Speaker, the DCI homicide team collected biological subsequently submitted to the government chemist for analysis. Upon completion, fully matched to the families of the deceased, facilitated identification of all bodies. The postmortem examinations were then conducted, released to their respective families for burial. So that was being put in place. The following measures has been put in place to prevent similar tragedies in the informal. The public awareness on legal electricity connections, enforcement against illegal and electricity connections, the National Police Service, rapid response and disaster coordination to help prevent such occurrences in the future. The statement being Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, the CS for Interior, and Honorable Speaker, I submit.
MP. Like I said, Honorable Speaker, I must start by he was able to be very, very helpful. On the first, that remains on his side because no comprehensive report has been given, but that's for the good and wellness of the entire country, so I hope he'll be doing something about that. On the issue of the support, we indeed, like he has indicated, we got a lot of support from His Excellency the President and other leaders across and other well-wishers. I want to report, Honorable Speaker, there's a disaster management and they kept on dodging around. I think some serious attention needs to be given to the not work out to help Kenyans when they are in problems. And I think the chair should take note of that. Finally, on DNA, I must report that the chair really helped the authorities and were able to get DNA on time, and the victims of this fire were actually buried safely. Chair for having worked very closely with ourselves and the people in Muhaya to have these people accorded a good send-off. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Omboko, you seem satisfied. Yeah, so the next, the Chair, Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation. The statement request by the Honorable Paula. Where is the Honorable Paula Boer, MP for Rongo? The irrigation, in the absence of Honorable Paula Boer, you will lay the response. You critically want to say.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and most obliged.
Yes. So Honorable Boer can be informed to. Next will be I'm not seeing the member saying point of order with clarity. That is Honorable Gonzirai. Yes, give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm is just directions, because on Thursday I was actually promised that the committee on select to give actually a response to my statement. Now I've been informed that the matter was referred to defense.
Yes.
There was a response which I was supposed to receive from Select Committee on Diaspora and Foreign Affairs, but to defense. So I want to know actually when should I be receiving this response from the Minister of Defense and Foreign Affairs?
Seeing the chair for Defense, Foreign Relations and Intelligence, the Honorable Martha Wangari will represent the chair. Give Honorable Martha Wangari so that we can get the response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was actually just trying to get your attention to what Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Workers. It is actually two different committees. So the committee that is supposed to bring the response is the Defense Relations, and I had already spoken to him. We were meeting in the morning today, and we still don't have that response. We are still waiting from the ministry, and the moment he's here, it should be tabled as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker.
How long do you estimate it will take, Honorable? By next week?
Yes. Wednesday.
By when? Do we say by Wednesday? Or
well, we say Thursday, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, so by
Thursday next week.
By Thursday means it's a statement request, the request concerning the disappearance of Mr. Ruben Barua. Response from the Honorable Mashua Waitaka. Is Honorable Mashua Waitaka, MP for Kiambu, in the House? Then going by tradition and President Honorable Martha Wangari, you will table that report. Honorable Mashua will seek it out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The statement is ready. We will table it as directed. And maybe called Woodard Secondary School. It is in Morindat Ward, in Gilgil constituency. This is one of the biggest and the largest we have, Speaker, that even when you visit the school, looks like an academy, looks like a boarding school. They are actually to welcome them to the House as their member of Parliament to observe. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Martha Wangari, and I hope they work hard, as you do. All those students to the National Assembly, over which Honorable Martha Wangari presides, to observe the proceedings. And we wish you the next statement request. This one was the request by the Honorable Peter Masara to the departmental, representing the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education, or the Honorable Clive Gisario. Where is Yes, Honorable Peter Masara is present. Please proceed and respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to respond to request of host capitation to schools, textbook ratio and early childhood education program sought by Honorable P. Plans to increase capitation for both primary and secondary schools. The approved capitation rate to be provided by the government under the free primary education program is Kenya shillings 1,420 per learner per year. The approved rate for junior school is Kenya shillings 15,042 per learner per year. Approved rate under the free day secondary education program is Kenya shillings 22,000. Party on Education Reform recommended the review of these rates to reflect the current cost of education. For primary school, the recommended rate is Kenya shillings 238 per year. For junior school, the recommended rate is Kenya shillings 15,043 per learner. For secondary school, the recommended rate is Kenya shillings 22,527. These rates will require additional budgetary allocation. It is to be noted that over the last 5 years, have fallen short of the current approved rate, leading to under. The ministry is compelled to divide the available amount with the number of learners. This results in capitation. Table 1 shows the trends for the secondary schools as an example. Giving an example, the rate 2018-2019 was 21,140 and 45 cents. 2019-2020, 20,155.59. 2020-2021, 17,495 and 95 cents. 21-22, 1,401 and 86 cents. And for financial year 22-23, 17,456 and 72 cents. Thus, even as we work towards implementing the new rates of funding, as recommended by the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform, it is imperative to ensure that the current rates are met. We urge the August Committee to support us in this regard. A report on the ratio of textbooks to pupils criteria used by the ministry to determine the ratio of textbook distribution and measures taken to ensure an equitable ratio countrywide. The ministry, through the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, distributes books to learners across the country at the ratio of one core textbook learner per subject. The table below indicates the distribution of textbooks to schools since the financial year 2017-2018. 2017-2018, the quantities ordered were 32,579,977. These were Form 1 to 4 secondary textbooks, Standard 7 to 8 textbooks, PP1 and 2 curriculum designs, Grade 3 course materials. 2018-2019, quantities ordered were 68,446,084. These were Form 1 to 4 secondary textbooks, Grade 1 to 3 core materials, SNE course materials, early years education, G4 and CDS. 2019-2020, 24 million books were ordered, 24,456,786. These were Grade 4 course materials, Grade 4 teachers' handbooks, Grade 4 SNE intermediate CDS, and T/HB standard 5 to 8 course materials. 2020-2021, 33,253,705. These were included previous set books, repeat standard 5 and 6, not EGS, Grade 5, CDS, and course materials. 2021-2022, we had 23,539,613. These included Grade 6 course materials and CDS, revised early years CDS, revised early years Swahili, and Kiswahili Grade 1 to 3. 2022 set books, Grade 5 SNE CDS. 2022-2023, we had 31 million books, 233,035. These included Grade 7 course materials and CDS, Grade 7 SNE materials, 2023 set books, Grade 5 and 6 adapted books, SNE G6, CDS, SNE upper primary. 2023-2024, 26 million books, 933,992. These included Grade 8 course materials and replenishment of secondary textbooks. Lastly, 1,618. These included Grade 9 course materials. Grade 10 textbooks were reviewed and evaluated in April and May of this year to print and distribute books to public schools by the start of third term 2020.
The Honorable Peter Masara, you're satisfied?
Chairman, Speaker, thank you. I want to bring to the attention of this House that something needs to be done in regard to statements and questions. This particular In these hours in early February this year, up to now is when we are getting the response. If you look at the first question I asked, capitation need to be increased, and that was in February. Why it that we received this communication before the start of the budgetary cycle, an increased amount will have been given to these schools, and that one cannot work now because already the budget has been passed. Look at the response. It shows that for the last almost 8 years, the capitation for primary has been increasing each and every year. It means schools and the principals and the head teachers are really suffering funds so that this issue of capitation can be sufficient to school. Mr. Speaker, there was the issue raised by Mheshimiwa Omolemba on the music festival being from their destination to the venue of this occasion. Mr. Speaker, these gaps are a way of funding schools both in primary, secondary, and even junior secondary school. Mr. Speaker, on the second question of Treasury and Education was there, they accepted that the actual number in schools. You realize that the Minister of Education is using the number of those who are in NEMIS. But back in schools, I gave example of several schools is for only 500 students. That means the data we have to come up and tell us when they'll capture the actual number of students in school so that the capital also an issue of ECD schools. This thing was done in February. By the time the committee was sitting, the minister in charge was telling us that they have not gotten a report from the giving credible education system, yet the ECD system is not properly managed. So many schools, you get to one classroom without toilet, a teacher who is not being paid. It is high time we as members of parliament with even a curriculum for ECD, a universal one, because you cannot tell me Turkana is having their curriculum the way they man their ECD is totally different. It is important that this house come up, or the Minister of Education, to show us how our ECDs are being managed. ECD is a crucial aspect of education because this is the stage where the child is being, the developing in terms of academic starts from there. But when we leave it for everybody to do it the way they want, Mr. Speaker, we are leading this country to a real disaster in future. Time will come when these students who are in ECD now, who are not being capacitated well, are the doctors, are the engineers, are the MPs, and it means that such a time this country will be in a real problem. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting this House to redirect the Committee of Education so that they can...
Yeah, the Honorable Peter Masara, you've raised very critical to indicate that the Speaker has already directed that the CS for Education will be in the House tomorrow to address that matter of capitation and also that other. So I wanted to say that because we will be having the Cabinet Secretary for Education here tomorrow, in as much as it is on that matter concerning the faring of our students who are going for the National Schools Festival in Meru, we could raise this matter of capitation also as an issue. That is, if you are not satisfied.
Mr. Speaker, as I earlier alluded that I'm not satisfied, maybe tomorrow I can come up with Kenyan's people, because education is the key to everything. You can't have good managers, you can't have good speakers, you can't have good members of parliament. Therefore, this is what I requested in February. What have they done as per the current status of and even parents to know that we are going toward the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I cannot agree more. Mr. Masara, Honorable Kangogo Bowen, what do you want to add?
Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided by your direction. because indeed, Honorable Speaker, I was making that suggestion that because the CS is coming tomorrow, the two questions so that the CS can answer. Mr. Speaker, there is a serious discrepancy between the data which is in the Ministry of Education in terms of the number of students we have in Kenya, that is in NEMI, and the real number of students we have in our schools. And Mr. Speaker, if you check in our supplementary one budget, approved close to 100 million Kenya shillings, Speaker. Then, for NEMIs to make sure that every student in Kenya is captured. Because what the CS, the Minister of Education, is coming to this house tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, we will ask him of us in this house. If you go check what is in the NEMIs for your schools, the of students in your schools, and what is in NEMIs, the discrepancy is huge, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you, honorable members. Why don't we leave it at that? The Honorable Wangwe, you want to say something?
Thank
Honorable
you.
Wangwe, I want you to say what you want to say after I recognize a number of institutions within the House. So in the Speaker's Gallery, we have Maramat Junior North Constituency, Kajiado County. And then in the Public Gallery, we have Kamviu Secondary School from Manyata constituency, the Great Embu County, and Sakwesori Primary School from Runyenjes constituency, Embu County. All are welcome to the National Assembly to observe proceedings even as they continue to learn. Yes, the Honorable Wangwe.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to just also weigh in on this issue of the minister coming tomorrow with a specific issue, Honorable Speaker. The issue of NEMIS, Honorable Speaker, is a challenge. You find that, Honorable Speaker, a school, and I want to be very particular, Sirigoi Secondary School in my constituency, it had 480 students. When it came to entry into NEMIS, but when it came to issuance of books, textbooks, Honorable Speaker, they issued textbooks for 480 students. The challenge, Honorable Speaker, is when it comes to trading with the ministry, the numbers come alive. When it comes to getting capitation from the ministry, the numbers die. Honorable Speaker, that's a challenge which the minister should unveil and tell this country what happens. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe the Honorable Clive Gesario lastly.
Maybe in future I'll be the minister. For now, I'm your colleague here. Speaker, on a point of information, so that the members tomorrow, when they're asking questions, they don't sound not to be in touch. As it was actually to move from NEMIS to the system now the ministry is using. Updated. The NEMIS, they kept, when we raised the issues as a committee, they kept saying children never had. And they did say that the chemis capture more students. The question is in the implementing of that chemis. That is maybe the best differences between the system and the number of students receiving capitation is quite adverse. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. For now, of Education Committee, the students and pupils to the Meru National School be addressed by the Minister in charge. That was asked by the Honorable Stephen Mogaka, MP. The Regional Development Committee Chair. The question was on the state of preparedness for the wet season. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you. This is a response to a statement regarding the state of preparedness for cyclical wet season in the Lake Victoria Basin, rain belt, as requested by the Honorable Stephen Mogaka, Member of Parliament for West Mugirango constituency. Now, Honorable Speaker, the first question sought was measures the government has put in place to ensure timely and effective information on hazardous weather is issued to the residents of West Mugirango constituency and other affected areas within the Lake Victoria rain belt. Now, Honorable Speaker, the response is as follows. The Ministry of East African Community, Arid Lands, that is ASALS and Regional Development, and other ministries, departments, and partners have implemented several proactive measures to ensure timely and effective dissemination of weather-related. They include the following, Honorable Speaker. One, in the Lake Basin, the initiatives are done through the Lake Basin Development Authority, LBDA, in collaboration with the Kenya Meteorologist Mugirango constituency and the Greater Lake Victoria Basin. Two, the government is working on strengthening early warning systems by enhancing its meteorological forecasting and early warning systems through, one, automated weather stations across the Lake Victoria Basin produce real-time weather data. Now, regional and county-based forecasting centers. Now, strengthening coordination between the Kenya Meteorological Department and regional agencies to generate localized and actionable weather forecasts. Number three, use of dissemination to ensure residents receive timely alerts. The government has deployed multiple channels for dissemination of hazardous weather information, including applications. Now, through partnerships with the mobile service providers, receive real-time weather updates via SMS alerts and mobile-based platforms. Community radio stations and public announcements. Collaborating with the vernacular radio stations in local languages is encouraged. Now, use of local media and the digital platforms. Dissemination of forecasts through official government and meteorological department social media. Use of local national government administrative officers, that is NGAO, to the information as they undertake their routine work in barasas and other fora. Chiefs and village elders are key pillars in the training and equipping of local administrators with the timely meteorological updates for swift community-level dissemination. Religious and community-based organizations partnering with churches, mosques, and groups to enhance the flow of weather-related information. Number five, preparation of flood and disaster preparedness plans. Now, given the to flooding and landslides in the Lake Victoria Basin, the government has undertaken measures including the following: construction and rehabilitation of drainage infrastructure, strengthening drainage systems to mitigate flooding in low-lying areas, of safe evacuation zones and establishment of emergency shelters for affected populations. Now, the government has pre-positioned sufficient essential relief supplies, clean water, mosquito nets, and medical supplies in strategic locations. Following, Honorable Speaker, community sensitization programs, risks associated with hazardous weather and response measures, training of local disaster response teams, equipping community responders with basic skills in disaster management, first aid, and search and rescue operations. Number seven, strengthening regional and cross-border weather patterns in the Lake Victoria Basin affect multiple counties. The government is working closely with the East African meteorological agencies enhance comprehensive forecasting. Lake Victoria Basin Commission, collaborating on joint research and response strategies. Number, timely and effective weather information reaches communities, allowing them to prepare adequately for hazardous weather events. These measures are disaster risks and protecting lives and property. Now, I just want to scan out through this statement because I believe the member has already been given this statement. So that the question number 2 was detailed report on the interventions being implemented by the government to ensure timely, including prepositioning of relief supplies, if any. Now the response, Honorable Speaker, is as follows. Departments and agencies has put in place comprehensive emergency the impacts of the cyclical wet season in the Lake Victoria rain belt. These interventions are designed to mitigate the effects of heavy flash floods and landslides, ensuring that affected communities receive timely assistance and relief. Honorable Speaker, going to question number 3. Long-term mitigation strategies that the government intends to adopt to address the recurrent disaster, including climate adaptation measures. Now, Honorable Speaker, the government recognizes the increasing and severity of climate-related disasters in the country, particularly in vulnerable regions such as the rain belt. In response to the State Department for Special Programs, the State Department for Special Programs, in collaboration with other departments and agencies, has developed a suite of long-term mitigation strategies to strengthen resilience, reduce vulnerability, and enhance adaptive capacity at the face of cyclical wet seasons and associated hazards such as floods, landslides. Number 4, measures being made. Honorable Speaker, after going through that, we have put in place measures that the government is doing. I don't want to go through them. I think the member will go through that. And then now, finally, number 4, Honorable Speaker, is that measures being made to on disaster management to improve the resilience. Now, the response, Honorable Speaker, is as follows. That the measures in disaster risk education and awareness campaigns through sensitization drives, regularly conducting public barazas, village meetings, and school engagements aimed at raising awareness on disaster risks specific to the region, such as flash floods, landslides, and waterborne diseases outbreaks during the rainy season. Localized IEC materials, development and distribution of education and communication materials in local languages. For example, Ekegusi, Luo, radio jingles, community drama, and mobile SMS alerts. Now, seasonal forecasts are shared widely through local FM stations, chiefs, ward administrators, and digital. Now, training of community disaster management committees through formation and capacity building of these committees. In each ward, local disaster management committees are being trained on risk identification, emergency response, coordination, evacuation planning, and first aid. Simulation exercises and drills, periodic mock disaster response drills to test preparedness and coordination among residents, local leadership, and emergency response responders linkage with structures. Now, into school curricula and youth engagement. Now, for youth and women empowerment, specific training on special disaster response techniques, including safe shelter management for community response. Now, provision of basic emergency kits, distribution of first aid kits, whistles, emergency lights, water prone villages, community resource centers, establishment of community information hubs equipped with training resources. Now, finally, sectoral partnerships and policy support. Now, collaboration with MDS and NGOs, joint initiatives with the Ministry of Interior, NEMA, and county governments to deliver technical training, support drills, and enhance local disaster planning, policy and legal literacy, educating communities on their rights and responsibilities under national laws and policies such as the National Disaster Management Policy and the Climate Change Act. Now, Honorable Speaker, these measures aim but at fostering a culture of proactive management and preparedness among the local populations in the Lake Victoria rain belt. Through cities, the government envisions a region that is climate resilient, response ready, and development secure. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, the Honorable Stephen Mugaka, before you confirm whether you need any further clarification, let me recognize the following institutions seated at the public gallery. We have Balek B Secondary School from Bomet Central Constituency, Bomet County, and then we have St. Mary's Primary and Junior School from Matthias Constituency, Busia County. On my own behalf and on behalf of the National Assembly, all the students, those institutions, their teachers are welcome to the proceedings. The Honorable Stephen Mogaka now.
For giving me the opportunity to confirm that my fears of our lack of have actually been confirmed after reading and listening to the committee response to my concerns. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I am quite ahead of the disaster that was before the rains came. The answer or the response is first coming too late in the day and not specific measures that are in place that will help avert. It pains me that while this response was under preparation, it was hit twice by thunder and lightning, and I lost 4 Kenyans in my constituency, and I had to go and attend a funeral where 3 siblings had lost their lives because of thunder and lightning. And hearing this response, that I don't want to use the word lies, but I want to say that is extremely misleading, that there are mitigation measures, that there are supplies given to victims of such disaster. Nothing came through. It's a cyclical annual exercise that we go through, and looking at the storm water, because my constituency and Gusii region is essentially very hilly. The storm water wreaks havoc and muddy houses. And therefore, unless we get very specific indications on how we are going to deal with this, as we dealt with the Budalangi area with the floods, I mean, this vulnerability that happens every year and people register losses is a thing that should not be had 65 or 64 years into independence. Mr. Speaker, this committee to go back and relook at what it is to make Kenyans aware of the disaster arising from climate change, and in particular, the region where cyclically we suffer thunderstorms, where we suffer a lot of storm water, where we suffer flooding, of illness associated with this. The government must be prepared to respond as it responds whenever hunger strikes or when drought strikes other areas, when livestock are in danger. We see responses, but here are humans in the line of danger annually, and there is no policy that actually responds. It is my humble request, Mr. Speaker, for purposes of giving very, very specific action plans rather than give us policy statements that I have heard and this House has been treated to this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the Chair, Regional Development. Before the committee, with the heads of ministry and sectors concerned, so that this matter of disaster. What do you have to say?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think, now first of all, I want to agree with the member for West Mugirango that now from the time this statement was sought to now, and probably between that time and now, many things have happened. And I want to say Pole for his constituents that lost lives because of this kind of disasters. We feel for the member and we feel for the people of Kenya that lost lives because either government did not adequately prepare in good time, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, before this House, a disaster risk management bill that is before this House, and I think if that comes into effect, it will attempt to address more effectively. But having said that, Honorable Speaker, I think if you direct, we can still we invite the Honorable Member to come, because as it is now, I was just attended by the ministry, and is confirming that whatever I'm reading here may not reflect what actually is on the ground, and therefore I think we will look for time and invite the ministry so that the Honorable
How
Member
long
come.
do you need to do so?
I don't know. Now that we are going for recess next week, I think we could do it the first week after we come from recess.
Okay. That would be satisfactory, so that the matter is interrogated.
Yes, that's
detail.
fine. But the same problems, if you can kindly capture.
Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, I wanted to request that you all appear before the committee so that Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, the mic for a minute.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to agree. And this is a very critical issue. I just want to take upon himself so can get the ministry concerned to be able to address our people from the same. Apart from what my colleague has just said, I also something that we just want to talk and say, let's talk about it, let's plan for it. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we actually, at this stage, to get a ministry concerned to be able to look for the current equipment to be able to protect our people and the family, particularly in the elect region, where I'm sure your speaker, my speaker, you can have this done other than waiting, calling the minister to come before us. Let's now. I support my
Thank
colleague.
you, Honorable Regional Development. Order, Honorable Liza Chelule. I'm talking with the chair. directing that you will convene a meeting within a month to address this matter conclusively. But Parliament never closes within the session. Would you confirm that? Appear before you and have the issues addressed by the relevant ministry.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable.
As the question, Transport and Infrastructure Committee is to address that. The question concerning the status of upgrade is Honorable Mishimboko in the House. The Honorable Mishimboko also serves. Whoever is representing the chair of the relevant departmental committee should proceed and respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The member for Likoni, Honorable Mishimboko, requested for statement from the chairperson of departmental committee on transport and infrastructure regarding the status of upgrading of Likoni ferry crossing, addressing the following issues: measures put in place by the government to ensure safety and efficiency of ferry services, including an update on the status of the maintenance and the procurement plans for new ferries and upgrading of the existing vessels, status of the construction of Mtongwe Ramp in Likoni constituency, long-term strategies being put in place to provide sustainable and reliable maritime transport solution for residents of Mombasa County and business dependent on ferry services. Honorable Speaker, the Committee and Transport, which I now wish to make on behalf of the Chair, regarding the measures put in place by the government to ensure safety and efficiency of plans for the new ferries and the upgrade of the existing vessels, ferry surfaces and channel to cater both pedestrians and vehicles. From 300,000 to 500,000 daily, while vehicle numbers have declined due to the Dongokundu bypass by between 6,000 and 7,300. There are two key limitations that hinder Mr. Speaker, is the port activities. The challenge is shared with the maritime traffic, include port hours, causing ferry operations to pause for about 10 minutes per ship movement. The second challenge and limitation is the channel size. The channel's width is about 500. Is demand driven. Simulations by the Kenya Ports Authority show maritime traffic despite rising pedestrian numbers. Honorable Speaker, as a way of decongesting the ferry service and providing an alternate crossing, the Dongokundu bypass was constructed and operationalized in January 2025. Vehicle traffic has significantly reduced by 41.7%, while pedestrian traffic increased by 13.7%. To address the rising pedestrian numbers and declining vehicle traffic,
Chair,
while maintaining...
How long is your response?
Probably another 4 minutes.
Another 4 minutes. Because
I can make highlights of the report.
If it is going longer than 4 minutes, I want to interrupt you to welcome institutions to the House. But if it is exactly 4, please finish.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As a way of decongesting, to address the rising pedestrian numbers and declining vehicle traffic while maintaining safety of life of seas, SOLAS, and international ship port facility code standards, the Ministry through KPA has taken several steps. One is deployment of ferries. Larger ferries, MV Jumbo, MV Safari, 4,000 capacity each, serves pedestrians, while smaller ferries, MV Kwale and MV Likoni, 2,500 persons capacity. Safety equipment has also been deployed, life-saving and firefighting equipment, are regularly serviced and maintained and replaced. Vessel inspection, annual surveys and inspection are conducted to ensure vessels meet passenger safety certification standard. Staff training, regular maintenance and preventive and corrective maintenance of ferries, planning, crowd management control, new acquisition, 1 new passenger and vehicle ferry, repairing the ramps and approaches, and upgrading the passenger at Likoni Island. Honorable Speaker, each ferry is scheduled for 1 day at night. Maintenance is carried out in preparation for the day activities. A checklist is also maintained to be able to make sure that the vessel. Honorable Speaker, further also to that is the long-term maintenance program that involves dry docking of the ferries for repairs. In the dry dock, comprehensive structural steel work, machinery repairs are carried out. On procurement plans, Honorable Speaker, for the new ferry, the Kenya Ports Authority contracted Kenya Shipyard to build 1 ferry. The details of the project are as follows. A contract number for the member, it is stated there. The project 1 number vehicle passenger ferry. The description of the works to be undertaken is overall minimum of 80 meters and a beam molded within minimum 20 meters with a car deck overhead of 4.5, carrying a capacity of 2,080 sedan vehicles. The contract period is expected. Delivery is April 2026 with a total estimated budget of 24 points. Ferry machinery is upgraded from time to time to improve the efficiency and mitigate the machinery breakdown of aging and worn-out parts. Honorable Speaker, regarding the status of the construction of Mutongwe ramp in Likoni constituency, the ministry submitted that the construction of Mutongwe mainland ramp was completed and handed over to KPEA in 2023. The facility is currently used as a yard for maintenance services of ferries, and the ferry services cannot resume until construction of Mutongwe Island ramp is done. Construction for Mutongwe Island, the 2025-2026 budget has made consideration for the same. Regarding the long-term for residents of Mombasa County and business dependent on ferries, the ministry stated that it's addressing the challenges by ever-increasing numbers, particularly of passenger traffic. The port has put in place the following measures. 1, improvement and modernization of existing service. 2, both to the Dongokundu bypass, which has reduced the traffic of vehicles at the ferry by almost 60%. The socio-economic improvement program and ease congestion at the Likoni Channel, including the construction of the export economic zone, where it will provide alternatives other than Mombasa Island, development of a market in Likoni. This would impact around 10%. The need to upgrade Likoni sub-county to a semi-urban status to allow for commercial and financial available within the region. The region is currently not attractive to investors since the land is not proper. This would create employment and service provision and thus reduce. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, is expansion of the ferry services to other unattended areas. That was the question. Places and linkages with other coastal counties. Plans to facilitate development of an integrated maritime system in Kenya. These include courses being planned for December 2025 with the aim of providing a framework for the...
Honorable Mishimboko, I'll come back to you after I welcome a number of institutions visiting the National Assembly. So in both the public gallery and the Speaker's gallery, we have Kapsabet Boys Junior School from Chesumei constituency. We have a school for which everything should stop when they are in the house. That is Ogande Girls National School from Homa Bay Town constituency in Homa Bay County. On my own behalf and on behalf of the institution of Parliament, both schools are welcome. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo, I know that would not be enough if you never welcomed all the pupils and students. So
thank you,
Mr. Students on my behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome the students on your behalf. I wish to welcome the students of Kapsabet Boys, and I wish to welcome the girls from Ogande Girls. Of course, for obvious reasons, I have a bias towards Ogande Girls. One, because they're girls, and I'm also a girl. and two, because they come from Homa Bay County. And three, because two of my sisters are alumni of Ogande Girls. My sister Caroline Akinyi Odhiambo and my sister Roslyn Odhiambo are both alumni of Ogande Girls. So I used to visit them a lot in Ogande Girls when growing up. And it was one of the best schools, still is one of the best schools. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, especially for the sake of the young ones who are here, and especially for the sake of the girls, that when I joined Parliament, I'm doing my 4th term now. When I joined Parliament, I was one of only 16 women in Parliament. And now we are almost 100. So when they see here, I noticed some of them when they came in. No, we have not yet met. We are almost not yet. But, Mr. Speaker, the things we take for granted, and we were speaking yesterday when we were celebrating the life of Honorable Phoebe Asio, an iconic woman also in Homa Bay, that I took. I was elected after a hiatus of almost 16 years. The last time anybody was elected in Homa Bay County was Phoebe Asio. Then after Phoebe was me, 16. It took 16 years. But I want to tell the girls that when I came here, it was actually strange to see women in Parliament. But in my lifetime, I've seen that they can go beyond that. Whatever you want to do is just hard work, commitment, and focus. I want to finish by indicating, because this is not a debate, it's really just that a lot of people call me the bad girl. And a lot of people, young people, ask me why I'm called a bad girl. A bad boy. I am bad because I do not conform to things that are aggressive. I do not conform to culture that takes me backward. I do not biblical, but which takes us backward. And I do not conform to peer pressure so that I can be called a good girl by my friends. So if you're listening here, whether you are a boy or a girl, do not conform to things that limit you and that will stop you from realizing your dreams. And the sky is the lower limit. I know when you look at us sometimes, because you are young, you do not know how to estimate ages. A lot of young people tell me sometimes I'm in my 30s. I'm in my 50s. Yes? Mentally, I'm in my 30s, yeah, but actual age, I'm in my 50s. But I've just gone back to school, and the reason I would have actually met them outside, the reason I'm leaving a little bit earlier is because I have class. So don't be stressed and worried about little things like doing maths and little things. You know, those things are very simple. Work hard, be focused, and you'll make it in life. Welcome to Parliament, and just look at how beautiful women from all over the country. We have Naisula here. You'll be hearing her speaking. From Samburu. We have Catherine here from Busia. Aika from Mombasa. She's from Kericho. So we have Lillian from Trans Nzoia, Pasaris from Nairobi, Donya from Kisii, Jarusha from Nyamira, and there are many others. We have amazing Mboko, Commissioner Mbishi Mboko. So can you imagine you have come into parliament when there are powerful women? In my lifetime, we never saw such things. Not including you, you are a man. As we are dealing with women here, we are encouraging. And boys don't feel let well, but we want our girls to reach where the men have been. Maybe just let me tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker, which is also encouraging. We were standing in the presence of greatness. Women trailblazers of this country. The first who were there, we were generations, from Gen Z to Alpha to, I don't even know which other ones there. And one wanted that we say, I'm going to do a fundraiser for a women's group. They said a sessional paper was passed to allow women to form groups. When I was already born, not in a lifetime, not a different generation, after I was already born. So women, let's not take for granted the freedoms we have. Thank you.
Why are all lady MPs requesting to welcome students and we have substantive business to transact? The Honorable Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome, Ogande girls. All these empty seats, you mark which one will be yours soon. Kindly, yeah? You have no news of failing because you have the best, the role models from your county. You have a bad girl here, Millie, another bad one, Gladys, another one, Dr. Eve Obara, Lillian Gogo, you know, Bensouda, you know, the Opuk. So you just need to keep scoring and score. Your score must be genius because the bar has been so raised so high for you. I just don't know. Keep going up until you overtake the bad girl seated just on my right side. But welcome to Parliament. It doesn't need a lot of thinking. Simple ways, no formula, just target to be here.
The
prefect is disturbing.
Suda, are you standing up to welcome Uganda girls because it is the school of Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I can see your excitement. And thank you also for giving us this opportunity. And I had met you earlier in the day, and you were very excited that the school was coming here, but I'm seeing also there are other many schools. I welcome them to Parliament. And yes, Her Excellency, Ida, educationist. She's done a lot in many of our schools. In my own constituency, she has sponsored children. She's done for us, she's equipped a dormitory. She's done a lot of good country. And so, yes, welcome. I just want to say something. I am elected in a constituency called Samburu West. I'm serving my second term as elected. Third, because I was also nominated. I want to tell you girls who are here, the women you see here have broken all the barriers for you. There is no barrier. We are the ones who are ready. We've been called all names. We have knocked all doors. For you, it is just to pass those doors and go up there. And so just look at these women, and that is why sometimes some of us are okay to be called all manner of names, to be told you can't lead, so that the ones who are behind us will find that we have opened doors for them. And so you have no excuse, my dear sisters. And for the boys, please catch up with us because the girls are going very, very far. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so that the boys in the house do not feel left out. The Honorable Karoli Omondi. Please, the Honorable female MPs in the house are forgetting the boys are also in the Speaker's Gallery. Could you welcome them to the house?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As a matter of fact, I think I used to cause more happiness to the girls of Ogandi Girls High School when we visited them on outings as a student in Homa Bay High School when I was there. You see? And the ladies, they say, go forth in faith. Correct? Yes. That should tell you I used to visit there. And I had very many friends. I take this opportunity to warmly welcome you and to acknowledge the good history of the school, not just of Ogandi, but also of Kapsabet Junior. I think Kapsabet has already produced a president. The late President Moi went there. And Ogandi, Mama Ida Odinga. And I think the library is well done. And I normally pass there, and I will. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Pasaris, I know you will not forgive me if you didn't welcome Ogande girls to Nairobi, your county. Please do so in exactly a minute so that we can go back to business.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to say welcome to all the students that are here. And you know, I really like what Honorable Karoli Omondi said. Go forth in faith. In faith. I have a feeling that that is what our girls should do when the boys come across. Because when the boys come across, remember, girls, you will end up pregnant. So when they come, just say, go forth in faith. Because we're here to study. To study. So it shows that they were always trying to tune you from a very early stage. So I want will actually inspire you to make a better life for yourselves tomorrow and for your families. So focus on your studies and work very, very hard. And we want, there's no point of order, go forth in faith. Okay?
The Honorable Karoli, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I agree with the advice of go forth in faith. But Honorable Pasaris is forgetting Jesus Christ was conceived in faith by divine visitation. So her statement may not be very accurate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Pasaris, correct your statement and conclude.
Yes, I still want to tell my girls to focus on their studies. We don't want you to become a statistics in terms of teenage pregnancies. We want you to be educated and to end up actually being able to provide for yourselves.
Out of order?
Mr. Speaker, I think you have noticed Honorable Karoli is exceptionally his interest that he used to have a girlfriend in Ogale Girls in his days.
Honorable Karoli.
Honorable Speaker, some things because of now time and the extended networks that we now have, we like to keep them covered. But I can only confess she was called Caro. Thank you very much.
Honorable Millie never seeks such clarification. In law, we have a doctrine called res ipsa loquita. The facts speak for themselves. From the very time we saw Honorable Karoli, we knew he had some special relationship with Ogande girls. So Honorable Esther Pasaris, conclude. You want to go back to business?
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I'd also like to welcome them to Nairobi County. I'm the Member of Parliament for Nairobi County and enjoy the city, Parliament of Kenya.
Thank you all members who have welcomed all the visiting institutions to the House. On behalf of the National Assembly, welcome them again and wish them well engage in their study tour. The Honorable Jerusha, the speakers, stood down the matter. It is no longer available for contribution. The Honorable Mishimboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, while I appreciate some clarity, because I feel there is no commitment in the answers which were given as per my questions. Honorable Speaker, for instance, we are RAP, which was completed and handed over to Kenya Ports Authority. That was in May 2023. We have not been told how much was budgeted. We have not been told whether that budget is enough for the Mtongwe Island ramp. We are not being told when is the Island ramp, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, earlier during 2023-2024 financial year, we were told that there is budget constraint, and that is why they could not manage to construct the other ramp in the Mtongwe Island. So I was expecting the minister to give us a timeline and to give us a commitment that they are going to finish that Mtongwe Island ramp so that operation of the Mtongwe Ferry Channel can start, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, also the report mentioned that the MV Jambo's engine is being overhauled and MV Nyari is scheduled for dry docking. What is the specific confirmed timeline for these ferries to be returned to service? Because, Honorable Speaker, you can imagine that we will not have two ferries. And if we don't have those two ferries, of pedestrian traffic and even vehicle traffic, Honorable Speaker. So a commitment and a specific timeline to tell us when are you going to do that, repairs of the two ferries, and when are you going to return them for operation, Honorable Speaker. The ministry response said the repair of firefighting, detection and suppression system on 7 stage. So we have not been told when is the signing going to be done. When are they going to award the contracts? When is it going to commence? So, Honorable Speaker, there's so much, but there is no commitment, and especially on the timeline. Honorable Speaker, also on the lack of concrete long-term solution, Honorable Speaker, the response mentioned several long-term strategies, including a traffic circulation plan, a project with no timelines or funding. So when are they going to commence? Do we have the funding so that the people of Likoni constituency, and not even Likoni constituency, because that channel, even Kata, what is the funding? Do we have are we planning maybe to have the funding? Is it the other coming year, or where are we getting that funding so that we can do all this long-term solution? Honorable Speaker, also you have talked about bypass is there, but it has not been officially open, and still it doesn't allow heavy commercial vehicle. It is only the saloon car which can use Dongokundu bypass at the moment. So when is it going to be officially open? When are they going to finish the small issues which are still pending for it to be officially open, so that even those heavy vehicle commercial cars can in the ferry channel, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, the ministry mentioned that a new ferry is expected in April 2026. Can the ministry confirm whether ferry, because we had that long time that they are going to procure. In fact, it was two ferries. Now it is only one ferry, and we are commitment, or rather a timeline on that. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Transport.
On behalf of Chair Transport, I'd want to respond as follows. That I appreciate the concerns that the member which you shall further provide. However, on the new ferry, the project has been awarded. The project has commenced on July 26th, 2024, and is expected to complete and handed over on April 2026. Number two, with regard to the long-term projects that we are aware that most of the roads that are stalled in the country have now commenced, and part of the Dongokundu section that had not been completed. The contractor is now back to site. The details on the progress of that road, which has really helped to ease vehicles, and now it's going to reduce the commercial vehicles when it is. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, is on the question of the design of the ramp on the other side of the Likoni Channel, which currently has been budgeted for in this financial year. We shall then be moving forward to provide more details on the amount the budget has been allocated, but we can be able to see how long it is going to take. I appreciate the further questions that has been presented by the member by asking the specific dates. We're going to make further inquiries to get that so that we can be able to supply to the member. Otherwise, Honorable.
Fully satisfied? Honorable Mishi?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I'm satisfied with the answers, and I'm also ready, maybe the as he has noted here in his response. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Great. Let's move to the next response to statement. And this time is a response by the Chair. Transport again. Yes, is Honorable Manyo in the House? Honorable Manyo is not in the House, and therefore, as tradition would provide it, you may table the statement. Honorable Member Manyo is not in the House. And we move to the next order. Next order.
The Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
This motion had a balance. Member was on the floor, and therefore we give this chance to the Honorable Esther Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill and commend its mover, Honorable Naisula, bringing before this House such a timely and necessary piece of legislation. I speak today not only as a legislator who has personally experienced the dangers on our roads, present by bicycle from my house in Kitisuru, Westlands, to Parliament. What should have been a refreshing turned into a journey of constant fear. At every turn, I felt the risk of being sideswiped, pushed off the road, or trapped between speeding vehicles. No safe, continuous lane for me as a cyclist. I was constantly forced into fast-moving traffic parts. And it was not just the motorists in cars. I also faced the indisciplined border riders who weave in and out of traffic without warning and ride on pedestrian walkways, cut across lanes with little regard for the safety of others. Many border riders are hardworking Kenyans earning an honest living, but the lack of regulations, enforcement, and training means far too many operate without discipline or respect for the rules of the road. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about correcting the deep injustices built into our transport system. Roads and any undergoing major repairs or upgrades may include safe, accessible infrastructure for non-motorized transport, cycling lanes, pedestrian walkways, and proper crossings. And I must be clear, motorcycles are non-motorized transport. Whether fuel-powered or electric, they are motorized vehicles. They do not belong in the non-motorized transport lanes. Allowing borders into these lanes would defeat the purpose of this amendment and put the vulnerable citizens and road users, children and elderly persons with disabilities. Why does this matter? Safety. Vulnerable road users cannot compete to safe mobility as anyone else. Health and climate. Walking and cycling reduces congestion and carbon emissions and improve public health. Standards and obligation. This aligns with Kenya's global safety norms and our Vision 2030 commitments. Mr. Speaker, we often speak about road safety in statistics, but behind every number is a life cut short, a family devastated. On that ride in 2018, I realized how easily I could have become one of those statistics. One careless driver, one reckless border, one moment of inattention, and I might not be here speaking to you today. Kenya today is like a construction site with hundreds of road projects ongoing. This bill ensures that we invest billions in our road network. We do not repeat the mistakes of the past. We must not lay fresh tarmac over the same patterns of exclusion. I urge honorable members to picture the school child walking to class along the edge of a busy road, the market trader cycling with his or her goods, the man on a wheelchair trying to cross without a ramp. Stand in their shoes, feel their vulnerability. This is not a radical proposal. It is a responsible one. People, not just for vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I support the Kenya Kenyan who believes that safe, dignified, and inclusive mobility of all Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. This is something that is long overdue. Mr. Speaker, the objects of this bill, design and construction of lanes for traffic by the 4 agencies, and this not only just lanes, will have cycling lanes, we'll have pedestrian walkways. Mr. Speaker, with that, we will have complex that you need in a road system. Mr. Speaker, upon in clause 4 to make sure that all the roads, they do cycling track and pedestrian walkways. The same. Mr. Speaker, we should have done this long time ago. The current construction of roads, Mr. Speaker, is discriminatory. People who are not using motorized vehicles at all times really are the largest taxpayers. And the design does not take into consideration that there are a large number of people who are not. They are the cyclists, they're the pedestrians, and they're the people on wheelchair who are. As a matter of equity, that we actually support this bill and it becomes an act. Mr. Speaker, the safety issues are obvious. If you look at most of our roads, people who are not in motorized vehicles, most of the time, particularly in rural areas, they actually walk in the grass or in the bush, and that it looks like the roads are, there are now tracks, there are no lanes, there are no walkways. We can do. And therefore, if you look at the are hurt, pedestrians and cyclists actually are make a higher proportion of people who are hurt, followed by people who are in motorcycles, even though those are motorized. So this is a matter that, as a matter of safety, is actually a health matter. It is actually a structures on the roads to increase the safety. And Mr. Speaker, we will actually save money in terms of people actually die, some people are maimed forever and have to look after themselves. Mr. Speaker, this will not only roads. Our roads are narrow, they are not even marked. Many roads are not marked. And so motorists are actually, if you get into doing cycling lanes, cycling tracks, and pedestrian walk, the roads will be marked. In fact, even structurally, such roads will be better. As it is, if you look at many roads, they end abruptly with sharp edges. If we get into this way of getting getting these lanes and walkways, the road shoulders, that is the part that actually meets and they will be protected because non-motorized vehicles, pedestrians don't put as much stress on the road as heavy motorized vehicles. And in that way, they'll actually lanes and walkways, we actually protect the main road. And we will that. There will be need to actually enforce traffic rules. It is actually said you actually see motorists actually taking up those roads unless barriers are expensive. So the need to actually ensure that the traffic rules pedestrians, it will protect the cyclists, it will protect people on city. I do not understand why the are not to obey the law. If side of the road, they cross anywhere. And I think somebody may be sitting somewhere thinking that they're being considerate, they're giving them time to pass, and therefore go about. But there's evidence that actually, because of that, motorcyclists get more injuries than you would expect if they actually followed the road. I've traveled. I was amazed when I was in Vietnam how they actually obey the traffic rules. And it's actually neat and safe. You don't have to go very far to Vietnam. Just go to Rwanda and see what is happening. I think that the motorcyclists do not follow traffic rules. It's actually doing a disservice to the motorcyclists themselves. I think they should look at the data and see how many people motorcyclists get maimed because they have not the road in whichever way they want. It is obvious, Mr. Speaker, that even a small interaction between car, bus, user actually gets hurt more. So to leave that they in charge of this, the traffic police and so on, to actually enforce the law, to actually save the motorcyclists that they are in today. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill.
Very well. Before the next speaker of FRS Lelei and Toror from Mosop constituency Nandi, which was in the speaker's gallery, and also we have Ndiwa Elite Educational Center from Ndiwa constituency, Homa Bay County, which was in the speaker's gallery. Let's hear from Honorable Ferdinand.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I think this is one a motion that we can discuss here, and the mover should also go further, and she's not in the house. But all the same, we are being constructed, Mr. Speaker, and they're so narrow. I have in my constituency a very good construction of about 41. Mr. Speaker, I think you get disappointed. It's very narrow. And after that completion of the road, one would expect that, of course, there will be a can be able to ride on. There's nothing. Even in the middle, there's nothing. So I've even gone to the extent of even asking the carer people to come and look at the road, be able to see. It looks better that way, so that you don't have, when there's an accident, you know that. As previously pointed out by my colleague, Daktari, I think it's time for us, those dealing with the traffic, should be able to do benchmarking. I was saying the roads are properly marked, and the motorcycles actually are put on their own side. They don't go in the middle. Here, you drive and you see a motorcycle right in the middle of the road. You don't know you can't even overtake, and you just have. So I think there's time for us, particularly those concerned, learning from others. And it's true, when I was in Singapore, I saw a narrow road, but properly marked, and you see a motorcycle on the other side. It was moving, the huge trucks actually moving, and there's nothing, there's no danger. There has road accidents in that area because people are very well marked. They know what is supposed to be done. Mr. Speaker, you'll find that vehicles, it doesn't matter how old it is, it must be enforced. Some years back, you drive a vehicle and the policeman stops you and looks at your, say, and even the back lights. So when there's somebody stopping, the Speaker, you find that there's no indication that whoever is ahead of you is actually stopping or going on the right or left, whatever it is. Even the front part of it as well. And, at the end of the day, you as a member of parliament, if somebody has had an accident, you are the one to pay for all the bills. So that, again, is something that as we do this, the traffic officers, that at least they do what they're supposed to. People come over here and say, hey, how do you people drive here? They're not even safe. The tourists that come here, they're not even safe. To finish up, we don't have any problem. This is a landmark of our country. Our country, the land is quite good. They don't have countries. So we should be able to tell those who are taking to do the locks, actually to do wider roads, and those which are narrow should be widened. And I think that's some of the things that actually this committee should be able to come up with, so that can be able to have safety on the roads. I support this motion and look forward to improvement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also stand to this because there are so many negligence that are on the road, Mr. Speaker. Just to start with the signage, if there is a sharp corner or if there is any other thing that can be very dangerous as you're driving. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a big problem because even most of the cyclists don't have a place to, and it's like they were designed for the vehicles alone. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment bill. We need to have a place where the cyclists are going to cycle. We also pedestrians need to be walking around as they go to wherever places they are. We also need our cyclists and our motorists to be trained riding the motorbikes through their fellow motorists. They don't have any, not gone through driving schools. And if I may request, majority of the motorists have not gone through the driving schools because the charges are also too high. If we can accommodate them, because if we can accommodate them by reducing the charges, if we can just take upon us as the government to train all the motorists so that we can reduce the number of accidents on our roads, because majority of the accidents that are being caused, majority is because of the negligence of our motorists. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this amendment bill brought by Honorable Leisula, and thank you so much.
The Honorable Ahmed Shakir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Firstly, I commend the Honorable Lesuda for bringing this bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, this installation of a bicycle lane is not a very expensive exercise. As a matter of fact, it does not need the heavy tarmac that is required for the main roads. Mr. Speaker, when I was the mayor of Kisumu, we started headquarters of Border. We had bicycle lanes along the Kakamega Road, the Aga Khan Road, and others. Lo and behold, it was overtaken, kiosks on those roads. It is not a very big exercise, Mr. Speaker, sir. Are also cutting corners. We have seen a number of flyovers, no walking facility, not even a cycle lane. We do not note, this thing is to China, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we said, the Far East. These motorcyclists, the cyclists, even in Europe, we have politicians riding bicycles. Because whatever we do to the cycle lane, it is overtaken and those who want to break the law. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this particular act, and I raise it for the sponsor to look at, it does include a bicycle border. A bicycle border is as dangerous as a motorized border. For cycles, bicycles, walking lanes, it must exclude the border cyclist who actually goes, carries passengers for money. Put up barriers. It's difficult to put up barriers. No, it isn't. All you need to do is to put up a small edge that a vehicle can cross over. The other issue that everybody's complained about is the indiscipline of buses, government vehicles, and others going onto the side of the road. So when if you've got a bicycle lane, one of the wheels is on the bicycle lane and is trying to go through. And I want to bring, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to bring to your attention the fact that not only the motorcyclists have become the kings of the road, they decide what rules to follow and what not. The others are the government vehicles and our own vehicles, the VIP vehicles. Up here, that road is only one way. However, the number that way, across the way, to and block traffic is Mr. Speaker, sir, we would all like to be cyclists. And it's important that this act is not only an amendment, but it goes back to start putting up bicycle lanes. Let's not restrict ourselves. We start with the other ones and we take them forward from there. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to support with the amendment that I proposed. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Makali Mulu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in, first of all, appreciating this bill, whose mover is Honorable Risuda, and it's an amendment of the roads bill, Honorable Speaker. Objects of the bill. It is proposing creation of quite a number of lanes to the main lanes where the cars drive on. Honorable Speaker, a lot of the colleagues have many years ago, because anytime you drive on our roads and you see what is happening, you start seeing the need for this bill. Honorable Speaker, a lot of us have traveled outside this country, and some of the countries you have gone to are not even very advanced countries. They're either our level or even below our level. Impressive. About a month ago, I was in Rwanda, Honorable Speaker. And as a pedestrian, anytime you walk, Speaker, you are so sure that you will reach wherever you are going safely. Be a fellow human being. But here, Honorable Speaker, you realize that even as you drive on our roads, there's nothing called order, you know. Pedestrians are crossing all over the place. Motorists are crossing, that is the motorcyclists, and even bicycles, Honorable Speaker. So at times you are focusing on the car. This is crossing. And you know there are some, Honorable Speaker, who have no discipline. They 100 meters, Honorable Speaker. So by the time you realize this is happening, you see somebody's already been knocked down. That we have a problem. The number of people we are losing through accidents, pedestrians, Honorable Speaker, is so high for our country. A country like population and looking at our economic level, Honorable Speaker. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, then, Speaker, we have our pedestrians and the cycle is also being safe, Honorable Speaker. But there's a problem in this country. Most of the problem is encroachment of the road reserves, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, anytime you... the time God was creating us as Kenyans, land was so scarce that every Kenyan wants land irrespective. We have encroached to our road reserves to an extent that you even have no space to create these additional lanes. And that is going to be one of the challenges. And to make things worse, Honorable Speaker, you realize that even government land, they will still be demanding compensation. Now, you want government and any attempt to enforce so that you push these people out of the road, then it is always becoming very political. If it is in towns, you find our MCs that say you can't touch this land, and our fellow MPs. It's a house. We need to agree that if we need to create this, the first thing we need to do is to ensure that government land which has been encroached by either the other thing we need to do, Honorable Speaker, we need also to challenge our, because I cannot believe that some of the countries I go to and I see the way the roads are, that standard, Honorable Speaker. Kenyans, we pride ourselves to be very educated, don't you know? Is it that they don't want, or is it to get such roads? But all said and done, Honorable Speaker, the sooner we get these lanes, additional lanes to our roads, the put forth for pedestrians doesn't have, in terms of quality, doesn't have to match the quality of where the cars will be driving on, because a human. And we have a human being going up to 200 kg. So, Honorable Speaker, it means we could actually get, now we have quite a number of cities. We have Nairobi, we have Nakuru, we have Eldoret. In that case, we'll be helping our people and we'll reduce the statistics in terms of those who are dying in our roads. Because once you separate the pedestrians, the cyclists and the motorists, automatically you reduce the number by. And that will be good for this country because you'll have our people living longer and being able to participate in economic activities. So with this one, remark, Honorable Resuda, for this bill, and say that I'll be supporting this bill, and I urge your colleagues to support this bill so that also need to provide more resources in terms of budget so that we have the money to construct the lanes. I support, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, those who have been questioning why Clause 9 states what it states, listen to Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, you now understand. It's a lot of, land acquisition. Honorable Robert Basil.
Thank you, Mr. to contribute to this particular amendment bill. Allow me from onset to thank my friend and 31 of 2024 to allow cycling lanes as well as pedestrian amendment. Reminds me of a very renowned author who actually authored the book Siku Njema. This gentleman died because of lack of pedestrian walkways. Because he was knocked down, and that is how he met his death. So we lost a very serious brain in this country because of lack of walkways. I also happened who was also hit when crossing Thika Road. This bill is very critical because it manages accidents that are occasioned by absence of cycling lanes as well as pedestrian walkways. You'll agree with me that their engineers do factor into this, Mr. Speaker. So there are so many benefits that we pedestrian walkways, Mr. Speaker. And to mention just a few, is actually healthy-related benefits. We have lifestyle diseases like that could be actually be reduced by having people to walk, promoting a healthy society where people can walk by providing pedestrian walkways as well as mental well-being can be boosted because of that, Mr. Speaker. Benefit, Mr. Speaker, is reduction of air pollution, emission of carbon monoxide will be reduced significantly, Mr. Speaker, if we allow for cycling lanes, pedestrian walkways, because people will be less dependent. Critical to this country also to mitigate effects of climate change. Mr. Speaker. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, by having this bill amended, we are going to reduce transport cost because some people can actually walk to work. And if you walk to work, because that provision is given by having safe pedestrian walkways, safe cycling lanes, then the costs associated with the paying exorbitant bus fares, as well as having to work, all these will be reduced. And that will be very significant, particularly while understanding the increased cost of living in this country, Mr. Speaker. So it is important to make amendment to this bill This should have been done way before, as some of my previous speakers did say, Mr. Speaker. Benefits associated with the provision of cycling lanes as well as walkways. People can talk, you can have interactions, even those who want to do dating in other countries where there is a lot of social cohesion. We have been in a undivided country, and we have witnessed recently with aggressions coming from Gen Zs as well as by having cycling lanes as well as pedestrian walkways, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, road congestion. We see the madness that we say it is the economic powerhouse in Central Africa, a city where many people would want to come. The gateway to Africa, Mr. Speaker. Matatus, overlapping, etc. No provision where people could actually walk, where people could cycle. So there is so much that we can benefit by having amendment in this bill, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I don't mince my words by saying I fully support this amendment. I'm also having my to reduce congestion within police stations, Mr. Speaker. So I think once I bring the amendments and we pass this, we can enjoy to live. With those few, I submit and I support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to first and foremost appreciate my colleague, the Honorable Lesuda, for thinking wise, such that she has come up with this good bill. Honorable Speaker, whereas Honorable Lesuda is addressing the gist of the bill, allow me to go straight on the benefits that will have into law. Honorable Speaker, many times people have mistaken. Allow me to say it's not poverty. Cycling instead, Honorable Speaker, is going to ease. Once you work out on a cycle, Honorable Speaker, be it that you are diabetic, you have high blood pressure, but you keep longer the same. Unlike somebody seated in a V8, Honorable Speaker, and having blood pressure, the chances of his danger to his life. But when you cycle, Honorable Speaker, the body works out. The benefit go to China. When you are lighting at all station, Honorable Speaker, the first thing you see is how many because they keep their bodies in workout. Therefore, as all Kenyans come out of the issue that cycling is a sign of poverty, is a sign of keeping your body cost at all. Wear and tear of rubber could almost be minimal, and in a month, totally, there will be no cost, Honorable Speaker. Unlike Upper Hill to town, there is the time factor because of the traffic jam. There is the issue of wear and your ability to access from one corner to another without necessarily, Honorable Speaker, costing you in terms of time. Issue of the cost of land. What is it that gives appetite to land grabbers, Honorable Speaker? They see there is the Kenya National, Kenha, for example, has not utilized the pavements. This into law, Honorable Speaker. The highway, the edge of the highway, where the land of Kenha touches at the last way or a way through which cyclists will use. Nobody will come to grab that land, Honorable Speaker. Now, you go along from Nairobi to Western, through Nakuru, all that vast land is just open. And you will find that accessibility to land grabbing comes about. Honorable Speaker, what is it that we are rising in population, both urban and rural. We no longer have to say this is a rural population or this is an urban population. Wherever we are, we look at our population as being on the increase, be it going to school, be it going to the market, be it, Honorable Speaker, going to church. we need to move from one place to another. And Honorable Speaker, motorizing is not the solution, but cycling Honorable in a family to move from one place to another at minimal cost. Finally, Honorable Speaker, what is the Westernization, Honorable Speaker? Many a times we look at Kenya and saying we want to travel. How many V6 engines will you see in London? Paltry, London. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, the West has already embraced low-cost living on a good surface. The thing is, Honorable Speaker, and why I appreciate this bill, is going to build the infrastructure from the word go. Let us have good infrastructure. Let us not say we are riding a bicycle on a Maram road. Let us ride a bicycle, Honorable Speaker, on a tarmac road, a good surface, and we'll embrace it. So Westernization, Honorable Speaker, has already taught us how are we going to behave when these bicycles are put in place. Meaning we are going to adopt it and we are going to move on well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
For Julius Meli, the MP for Tinderet.
Yes. Member for Samburu, Honorable Suda, for this very, very progressive bill. I would say that this bill, Honorable Speaker, is actually timely and very important. That this country is one of the countries that are well developed in this region actually cannot be said more than that. But one of the things that we can see in our roads, Honorable Speaker, and I want, with the creation of the three agencies, Kenya Roads, Kenya Rural Roads, Kenya Urban Roads, and Kenya Highways, and more importantly, the main one, the Kenya Roads Board, actually one of the things that the three agencies have failed to really put in place is the issue of non-motorized individuals. These individuals, or the non-motorized sections of the road used by pedestrians, used by cyclists, used by carts, to pull the carts. Honorable Speaker, our roads in this country are the most dangerous in several parts. Kenya prides itself with a well-developed road region, but it is also a country full of disorder. Good roads, paved roads in the cities, but they have not had a consideration. The motorist interferes even with the pedestrian work. That's why we also need to introduce very serious penalties on those individuals who act into the cyclist ways, and more importantly, who had traffic rules. And from this bill, Honorable Speaker, department within the police service has to enforce the laws. The road carnage we have in the country is at another level. Get the motorists or the matatu users, get the motorcycle users. They ride in every direction. The vehicles used by government officers, and I would say even as members of parliament, we are culprits on this. It is important that let the rule of law prevail, not only for any other person, but for every citizen in the country. Is asking that all road users, all road contractors are supposed to put very legible road signs. I'm using the word legible. Some contractors, out of saving money, put substandard times the quality of the tarmac on the walkways is very low, and they wear out very fast. 2, even the road walls, even the road signs, even at times, they even disregard the of trying to save and make profits. By actually bringing this particular bill, what the bill is actually asking and what the regulations are going to be put in place by the minister are followed the latter. Honorable Speaker, even the grass, even the flowers are trampled upon by lack of density in the sun. But today it is one of the most dusty cities around. And that's why I'm asking that let's provide the walkway. Cycling is very healthy. It is not, a bicycle is not for a poor man's means of transport. It is very healthy for us. And by the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, if we are going to restrict to have cyclists moving on those particular paths and we take care of them, even it will reduce road carnage, it will even reduce the diseases that are caused by lifestyle diseases. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a very important bill. I support it. And in fact, Honorable Speaker, we shall be proposing even amendment to this, especially on penalties that shall ensure on here and other cities where they have left roads to disrepute, to dilapidate. Where there were existing roads, we need to put them in place and ensure that this bill is implemented. But I have a question. Laws, the 15 years. Yes, so I will request that within the first few years, and we can be able to implement of better use. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Eric Muchangi, MP for Unyanjas.
Thank you. Let me say that I support this bill and wish to thank the Honorable Naisula Lesuda for this very important bill, and I still thank her for her consistency in sponsoring bills in this House. There's a lot that we have learned from her as young matters to do with sponsoring bills in this House. And it is futuristic because I believe many of us have traveled out of the country and have seen what developed nations have done to do with planning. Because for the longest time, Honorable Speaker, I believe with the introduction of cycling lanes, because they will not be and their lives will not be put at risk by the other. The accidents that we have witnessed on the roads, Honorable Speaker, are very many from this harassment, and some road users imagining that they have more cyclists. So, Honorable Speaker, going forward, we would like to see, and especially in major cities, which are very congested with a lot of people, we would like to see health benefits. Because now when more people cycle, more people will exercise, and then it has a lot of health. So, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The Honorable to make his maiden contribution.
Maiden speech, I just want to contribute towards this amendment bill. On the onset, I want to congratulate Honorable Naisula for considering this bill. And I just want to be specific to the benefits that we persons with disabilities, and those people who are maybe temporarily need to use crutches, wheelchairs, and stretchers need to benefit. From the onset, access to safe, inclusive, and well-designed infrastructure is not a privilege. It is a basic right. For us, we use crutches and wheelchairs. Ramps and non-motorized roads are not conveniences. Dignity to our lives. They give us independence, and it brings equality. Mr. Speaker, sir, many years ago when I was a pupil at the Nile Road Special School in Ofafa, Jericho, 1970, 71, 2, many of us roads were either not populated, but were well 50 years down the line. There are fewer persons of the designs of our roads. Many gaping holes, barriers, and ramps don't exist. And therefore, I'm in support of this amendment. We use wheelchairs, crutches, or other mobility aids to move freely and confidently. These facilities, while in place, will help us access schools, workplaces, markets, and health services. They'll open doors for more of users of disability to go to school, to access education, and reach out for healthcare. It empowers us to be independent when the infrastructure is available for us to move freely and independently. Mr. Speaker, sir, lastly, inclusive infrastructure is not a charity. It's an act of justice. If we build our cities, villages to be accessible to everybody, there'll be no one left behind. And therefore that will bring us on board as fair competitors in our country.
Honorable Rashid Betsimba.
Asante sana mheshimiwa, hii ambayo pia mimi niweze kuchangia kwa mswada huu wa marekebisho. Kwa kweli hazo barabara zetu nyingi katika nchi hazija kuwa na nafasi ya watembeaji wa maguu, watembeaji walemavu. Hiyo barabara haijakamilika. Kwa ukweli barabara zetu spika nyingi ziko na si pana, na hiyo inasababisha msongamano wa magari na wananchi kupatikana kwa sababu ya upana. Ukitembea sehemu zote katika ulimwengu kuwa na imekamilishwa kwamba kuna nafasi ya watu kutembea na baiskeli, lakini hapa kwetu tunatenga fedha barabara. Watu wengi pia hata wenye magari wanapenda kutembea kwa maguu, lakini hakuna nafasi ya kutembea kwa maguu hata ukimwachilia mtu. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba ni lazima kuanzia sasa hata hii marekebisho yangefanywa haraka ili ipitishwe, ili kusudi ambazo zinajengwa sasa kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Rais ametoa agizo za barabara nyingi zijengwe. Hizo zinazojengwa hawapendi kupanda magari, wanatumia viatu vya utelezi, lakini hawana mahali pa kutembelea, wanatembea barabarani. Na barabara zetu hazina alama zinazoelekeza jinsi ya kutumia taratibu za hiyo barabara. Inatakaniwa ziwe na alama kuonesha hapa ni baiskeli inatembea hapa, kwa hivyo pia hawezi kutembea. Hapa ni mtu wa maguu, kwa hivyo mtu wa baiskeli pia hawezi kutembea hapo. Kwa hivyo barabara zetu zote si kutia lami tu. Naona kwamba sisi tumejipanga, badala kujenga barabara alafu kupoteza tena fedha zingine, iwe ile tenda ya kwanza, zabuni inayotoka kwanza, iwe imerekebisha kwamba barabara ya kutembea kwa miguu, kwa baiskeli, kwa sababu barabara zetu hazina urafiki na walemavu. Yazibwa, sasa mlemavu atatembea namna gani? Watoto wa shule wakitoka inakuwa ni hatari. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, maanani na ianze mara moja. Asante.
The Honorable, we conscript.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I really thank you for giving me this opportunity, because I want to strongly support this bill 2024. And I'm supporting it because of a clause that says all roads must be safe and fair for everyone, and the cyclists, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, according to World Bank 2019 study says over 70% daily. That means there must be a safe lane dangerous accident which we see every day in our roads, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support this bill because for so long time we have neglected the pedestrian, especially the walkers and those who are cyclists and people with disabilities, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, you need to note that our roads, most of them in our country, they are one lane or always very, very busy. So, Honorable Speaker, you can imagine a road which is only one lane or rather 2 lanes. And Speaker, this bill will also require all new roads and lanes for walkers and cyclists, Honorable Speaker. And this lane, as we said, they must be designed in a way that even those persons with disability. Honorable Speaker, this bill talks about the design and the rules in terms of design for our roads. The roads, the standard of the lanes for non-motorized and those who are cycling, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support this because it will force road planners to care about the majority who walk. Because today, those who own car or those who use cars, there are very few in our country. Most of the people, they prefer walking. Most of the people, they prefer cycling, Honorable Speaker. So at least the planners are going to be forced. Honorable Speaker, also I'm so shocked. 88% of Kenyans' road death are pedestrian. Of the pedestrian, Honorable Speaker. And the 2019 World Bank study show over 70% of Kenyans walk or cycle daily. On a daily basis, you can imagine, Honorable Speaker. I'm just looking, Honorable Speaker, even on the ferries, where it is in the Nyanza region, in Coast region, where we use the ferries. Or other lanes to show these lanes belong to those having cars and these lanes belong to those who are cycling. Is also high time, not only on the roads, but also in this ferry, because today we should have those marks or rather put like a lane, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, of Kenyans, especially on the crowded streets, if we are going to have special lanes, list, Honorable Speaker. My colleague, Honorable, not only putting the lane, but also putting the safe marks Not all road that they have zebra crossing signs, or rather maybe they have places where, like when you go to other countries, I was in Dubai the other time, and I saw that there are areas where they're marked. If you just walk through those areas, no car will hit you, because it is a rule, and every person who is driving need to obey those rules, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, also I want to say that I support this because it is a simple, proven, fixed, separate fixing, because we already have the infrastructure, and in future the infrastructure we're going to put in terms of road, it is just to ensure so that we reduce accidents worldwide, and it will also date, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because of other business, I just want to end it here, and I want to say I congratulate my sister for this bill.
The Honorable Lesuda, for having brought such a useful bill to the House. And Honorable Speaker, I want to the contributors to this bill that my Kenyans are road users and of course pedestrians. And it is interesting that over the years we have invested highways through their vehicles. Honorable Speakers, the amount of money, the colossal amount of money that we have invested in that should make us a bit embarrassed that with a country where we are looking at levels of our economy to a higher level, we ignore them year in, year out, such that when we are designing our main highways, we are not considering them at all. And walkways will help in improving the comfort, safety, and boost morale of a majority of Kenyans. Indeed, the 70% that is using the footpaths. Honorable Speaker, to work also improves our fitness, our health, and definitely also improves the mental. This, if well taken care of, Honorable Speaker, is going to improve depression that we are seeing and witnessing today. Is going to be a thing of the past. Honorable Speaker, when we are talking about making these and so I'm proposing that we're also going to be planting trees along the walkways. We also install benches, so that those are of the shades of our trees that we are going to plant by the walkways. On the general well-being of our infrastructure, you will take note that most of the roads that we are using today have trenches and drainage pits. And so for us to encourage citizens to walk and make it comfortable for them, in this resource mobilized used probably to half that period, we ensure that the manholes are all covered and all the open trenches. Realize, yes, we are passing this bill, but and the answer is good as your thoughts are. Many areas and they have been stolen. And so one of the riders that we must also put here is to ensure that we reclaim all the and return it back to the public for public use. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, if you just take a walk at the junction of Mombasa Road and Cabanas, where the Eastern Bypass begins, surprised and very shocked as to the masses and masses of people themselves in between cars, in between the cars and the walls, and it's such a pathetic situation. Why? Because the road users and the motor vehicles are all using the same road, and so they are all playing cat and mouse along the road. And for that reason, again, we all get stuck in the traffic. Honorable Speaker, if you go, realize that between Mukurweini town and Mukurweini level 4 hospital, we have very many people who walk along that road. It's the same problem that we encounter. If you go to Gikondi, you will find from Gikondi shopping to have invested much more money on the walk path probably have done. And so I am here to strong so that it can help us solve this old age problem. Our resources where it matters most, where we have the population. Of course, investing so much on these expressways where we are moving vehicles, a little bit more on mass carriages like lanes for buses so that we can carry the masses from point A to point B rather than carry one or two people in one vehicle who are that expressway. We need to rethink and we need to put our mind back to the people, back to the masses, back to the people at the low echelons of our society. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Opportunity to make my contribution. Thank you.
The Honorable Moses Kirima will be followed by the Honorable Mark Mwenje. Then the mover will reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important bill. First and foremost, I congratulate Honorable Isuda for considering this bill at this right time. Mine is to say, Honorable Speaker, that having an experience as an advocate and having been in the court corridors for a period of about 25 years, I can sincerely say that pedestrians really contribute to the to walk on and to avoid a motorist is one of the best things can be done to the Kenyan citizens. For the last two taking place in our roads, mainly about 70% was pertaining the pedestrians, chance to cross. But to me, the current menace we have now is the bonders. It can be that is that I have just come a little bit late. If I had come in time, I could have recommended a lane for bonders because as they are now, business, they are carrying out smart business, they are really they are hacking a living a really a hectic issue. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill is timely. I support it, and all what is there is that should not ignore, should be given the consideration it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
The Honorable Mark Mwenje now.
Suda for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, as a member of parliament from Nairobi, I'd like to bring that number is set to even increase. It means we have a huge number of people moving and transacting. We are kidding ourselves, Honorable Speaker, if we think that all these people will their own personal vehicles, including the trains. It is not sufficient. Honorable Speaker, my constituency, Embakasi West, lies on the east side of Nairobi, and I can tell you, we have people who walk every single day to work. People from Eastlands use two major or through Mathare and Kamukunji, or they use Jogoo Road. Sometimes these walkways are insufficient. They cannot accommodate the number of people. We have other smaller routes that are faster that can help you get to town, Honorable Speaker, and get to other places. Major roads that have been done by Kenya and Kura here in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker. For instance, you have Kangundo Road. Same place where has been graded that you think pedestrians would be walking there is where matatus stop during this time in the evening, during this city of Nairobi and the country in general, that there are people who walk based on the fuel levy that we are collecting. So we look at motorized transport, we look at the cars, we look at the border and everybody, but nobody thinks about the people who are walking. People from low income in this country, Honorable Speaker, here in Nairobi, all over, prefer to walk our country to the level of other developed countries, modern cities. We must develop walkways. Honorable Speaker, you go to a city, you go to Singapore, you go to Malaysia, you go to Kuala Lumpur, they've up to 40 humidity. They've created walkways that are even air conditioned. You go to London, you go to Cape Town, just down, because they've done some beautiful walkways there. So this is the way of the future. People walk, people cycle. The Prime Minister of Belgium cycles to get to work. Honorable Speaker, if members of Parliament are to try and cycle to work, they can cycle, but where are they going to cycle? On their way here, Honorable Speaker. So we must think the way the other countries have thought in the 20th century, in the 21st century. We must think of that. Honorable Speaker, we must think of reducing. There's a concept of park and walk that exists in the UK, in the US and other countries. Or you decide to walk. That is what we must encourage in this country, Honorable Speaker. And more importantly, Honorable Speaker, there'll be a lot of disposable income if we walk. If it is safer to walk, people will have more money in their pockets. They'll save from fuel. A little bit more to ensure there are walkways around our country. This bill is so timely that in the budget for 2025-2026, any plan that is being put, I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There being no more interest to contribute, the mover will now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I can see even just 2 minutes, Honorable Speaker.
Under the standing orders as they are, no donation is permitted.
I think I can. Oh, go ahead.
The Speaker.
Okay, I've heard you, Speaker.
The Speaker proceeding under standing order to say something, but it is not practice. So you can proceed. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I accept and I believe that the issue of walkways is Honorable Naisula. In fact, well, and there's an example of the bridge at Thompson Falls area. The bridge, Honorable Speaker, is so narrow that people from Nyahururu to Mairenya normally pedestrians compete with cars, and they are normally exposed to our people from these dangers because some motorists are notorious in the way they drive. To agree with the mover, and it is
mover.
Thank you very much. Opportunity to most sincerely thank my colleagues who have contributed, who have given their insights, who have given their thoughts into this amendment bill, Mr. Speaker. There are so many of them. I will not be able to. Also, Honorable Oundo for seconding the bill, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, I just want to say actually three, that during the amendment stage, definitely we'll be looking at the penalties. Stringent penalties, Mr. Speaker. It is also just about, as I have said many times, that Kenyans will just stop is bad to drive where pedestrians are supposed to walk. You don't even need a penalty to know that as a driver. We just have to do the right things as a people, Mr. Speaker. You can see Wayaki Way. It used to be beautiful just with trees as you drive, as you walk. In China, Mr. Speaker, if you cut one tree, either to build a house, to build a road, you will go to jail. And so this is something that we'll be looking at when about land. There's an obsession of people wanting to build. You know, they look for 100 by 100 meters plots just next to the road, Mr. Speaker. If you travel abroad, you actually exit the highway. Most homes, most shops are not like on the highway, Mr. Speaker. And we must start to think we need to expand those roads. We need spaces for our roads, Mr. Speaker. The other thing, this is not something that is known to us. The designers, we know these things, Mr. Speaker. Most of our Kenyans are the ones designing even for other countries. We know these things, Mr. Speaker. Most of our Kenyans are the ones designing even for other countries. The same way leather, we were overtaken by other countries, and it is Kenyans who are doing it in Zambia, in other countries, Mr. Speaker. Kenyans know all these things. We just have to do the right thing. And I want also to thank Kenyans who have shown their support, Mr. Speaker. Today, this bill was trending #1 in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, because Kenyans appreciate and they are going to and they are supporting today. And there's a good friend of mine called Debbie who told me that this bill is so and 4 sons. And so the Kenyans are really looking to this bill passing, and I want to thank my colleagues for their support. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of manholes, we will definitely look at how we can include it there so that they can all be closed. And finally, by the way, there are also many children who have reached out to me through their parents to say that we should implement this yesterday. Children want to cycle to school, gloomy and upset. But if people, as one of my colleagues said, Honorable Basil, people will be more happier, people will put into place. And so with those very, very many remarks, I just wanted many times. We will be doing an amendment to it because the intention as the president signs for the new roads. Realistically, for all the other roads in Kenya, we can give it 15 years because of the budget. But I've been told by Honorable Meli, there's nothing called budget. There is a fuel levy, which debate when we're doing the third reading and see how many lanes and people living with disability also walk and disability also. And so I thank you, my colleagues, and I look forward to engaging with you more as we progress with the bill.
Now put the question, the Kenya Roads Board Amendment question, the Kenya Roads Board Amendment Bill, National 31 of 2024, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Order number 13, consideration of fourth report statements of selected state corporations.
Move.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the fourth report of the Public Investments Committee on and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th October 2024. 1. National Social Security Fund for financial year 2019-2020. B. Communication Authority of Kenya financial year 2017-2018 and 2018-2019. 3, Child Welfare Society of Kenya, financial year Sacco Society Regulatory Authority, financial year 2017-2018, 2018-2019, and 2019-2020. Public Policy Research and Analysis, financial year 2014, 2015-16, 2016-17, and 2017. To appreciate that our public laws, it looks into the sector of agriculture, sector of public administration, sector of health, and sector of social protection. Honorable Speaker, this fourth report of the five institutions, Honorable Speaker, as examined and laid in this document, Honorable Speaker, complies with the State Corporations Act, the Public Procurement and Act as follows, Honorable Speaker. The Public Finance Management Act of 2012, 15, the State Corporations Act 1986, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, as I had mentioned, 2015 of 2017. Honorable Speaker, when looking at the audit of the institutions, in summary, Honorable Speaker, we had to look at both the general observations and the individual observations, Honorable Speaker. I want to take the House, Honorable Speaker, that cut across all the 5 parastatals that we examined. Honorable Speaker, in the 5 parastatals cutting across, and also there is, Honorable Speaker, lack of ownership documents of the land, meaning, Honorable Speaker, the agency has the documents, Honorable Speaker. In particular, Honorable Speaker, among a few documents, among a few agencies, Honorable, for the land, you find, Honorable Speaker, some parcels of land belonging to Child Welfare Society, particularly 16 parcels of land. We have, Honorable Speaker, the Institute of Public Policy and Research Analysis has a title for the land, Honorable Speaker, but they don't have the land. They cannot access the land because, Honorable Speaker, the Department of Veterinary Services has.
For how long do you estimate you will move? Or you'll take 30 minutes?
In the next...
Yeah, so then I'm looking at the clock and not, achieve the intent of completely moving. And so I see you have consumed 5 minutes of your time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You will have the balance of time when the business will be next scheduled to be As the clock is telling me 5. How many minutes are remaining? Really?
Yes.
Yeah, so you still have a lot of time to move, and that
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Report. So you'll have a balance. 5 minutes, I'm informed.
Thank you.
Yeah. Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 6th day of August 2025 at 9.